Mr. Vice President and Senators, good morning. Today I want to focus on prayer. How often do you pray daily? What motivates you to pray as a leader and a senator? It has been said, leaders who pray can make decisions with greater wisdom, connect with others more effectively, and recognize their dependence on God's grace and power. Leadership is not an easy matter, and there will be times when you need discernment and wisdom to know next steps or how to navigate in the myriad of challenges and blessings that are before you. Many leaders of the Bible were persons of prayer, including Daniel, Moses, Nehemiah, David, and many more. Today, I want to encourage you, firstly, that leaders should always trust God and be persons of prayer. Daniel 3 and part of verse 23 says, "To you, O God of my fathers, I give thanks and praise, for you have given me wisdom and might, and have made known to me what we asked of you." This powerful leader exemplified that sometimes in all that a leader has responsibilities over, there will be times when there are things beyond you, and they will need God to give them direction. Someone has said, if your God is a genie, your prayers will be a shopping list. Jeremiah 33 and 3 states, "Call to me, and I will answer to you, and show you great and hidden things that you have not known." Secondly, prayer keeps a leader humble and grounded. It can be a temptation in the midst of success and adulation to become less focused and to believe everything that is said concerning your accomplishments. But sometimes flattery can become a trap that is set for your downfall. Proverbs 15 and 33 states, "Wisdom's instruction is to fear the Lord, and humility comes before honor." When a leader is humble, they become more concerned about what God says about them, rather than being a people pleaser. And thirdly, prayer should become a lifelong habit of everyone, especially leaders. When you lead, you are a leader everywhere you go. It is not a mantle that you put on and take off, because even in your downtime, you are a leader to someone. It is important to realize the significance of this awesome responsibility and to always be the best version of yourself everywhere you go. When you spend time with God in prayer, He will guide you and equip you daily for every task and every assignment. Psalm 119 and 133 states, "Guide my steps by your word, so I will never be overcome by evil." I close with this quote, "Don't forget to pray today, because God didn't forget to wake you up this morning." Let's pray. Dear Lord, I lift up each senator. Help them to be persons who will daily talk to you and allow you to guide their steps. Help them to cultivate a prayer habit. Fill them with wisdom and discernment. Place a hedge of protection around them and their families. May they always be the best version of themselves and display strong, positive leadership everywhere they go. When they are weak, strengthen them. Let them know that even in times of adversity, they are never alone. And may each senator place their full trust in you. And also, Lord, remember this day the families of former Senators Bostwick and Monker. May you undergird them as they have transitioned from this life, from labor to rest. We pray all these things in the name of Jesus. Amen. Please join in the prayer of our Lord. Our Father, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Good morning, Senators. Good morning, Senators. It's a beautiful Monday morning. Welcome to the Senate session for the morning of May 19th, 2025. Adoption of the minutes.
Mr. Vice President, I move that the minutes of the meeting of the Senate held on Monday, the 28th of April, 2025, be adopted.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the minutes of Monday, 28th of April, 2025 be adopted as laid. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The minutes of the 28th of April, 2025 have been adopted. Motions for leave of absence, leave to resign. Swearing in of senators. Communication by the President. Good morning, Senators. On behalf of President of the Senate, Lachelle Adley, who is unable to be here today, I wanted to officially welcome all senators and say a belated happy Mother's Day to all of the mothers present with us in Senate today, and also all of the mothers across the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. So happy Mother's Day from the entire Senate body. I also wanted to recognize the passing of two former senators, former Senator Rodney Monka and former Senator J. Henry Bostwick. Senator Monka was sort of a larger-than-life figure in the Bahamas generally. Many know him from his acclaimed radio talk show. He's also been known as a political leader, a protester, an activist, and someone who fought very much for the poor. I think all senators in particular will remember his remarks about the two meat being served in the Senate that became quite famous. And so he certainly held a place in Bahamian society. He will deeply be missed, and so we just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge his legacy and his life. I also wanted to acknowledge and honor the life of former Senator J. Henry Bostwick. J. Henry Bostwick also was a larger-than-life figure in Bahamian politics, and not just in Bahamian politics, but also within the legal fraternity in the Bahamas. He's a prominent King's Counsel who was known for his charisma, his advocacy, and his bright legal mind. He's also known as one of the foremost political leaders in the country, and many credit him with keeping a united F&M by ensuring that his party that he had formed, the BDB, rejoined with the F&M. I, on a personal note, I'm privileged and honored to have known J. Henry Bostwick in a professional and a personal capacity. And so his death struck me as well, as before I even went to law school, I was dabbling with the idea of practicing law. But unlike many people in society, my family didn't have any connections with anyone in the legal fraternity. And so I remember one summer sitting down and sending my resume to absolutely every single law firm that I could find in the phone book. The only law firm that returned my call as an undergraduate was the law firm of Bostwick and Bostwick. Lisa Bostwick, she said she looked at my resume, and even though I didn't have any legal experience or wasn't in law school yet, she saw something in my resume and she invited me to join them for the Christmas. That Christmas, I worked in their filing room, which was essentially a room in the basement. And I now learned that it was a bit of a test, but a test that I passed because I did all the work that was asked of me without sort of batting an eye. And so I was invited to come back the next summer and work in a more legal capacity. There was an empty office at the back of the building that sort of joined with the back of J. Henry's office. He was very used to that office being empty with no associates, and so he would often barge through the office to get out, to go outside or go to the kitchen. And every time he would barge in, he would say, you know, I'm sorry. But after the 10th or 15th time, I'm like, well, you have to know someone is in here now. But that was J. Henry Bostwick. I spent the few summers after that working, and Christmases working at Bostwick and Bostwick, and I got to know Mr. Bostwick, affectionately called Mr. B, quite well. I continued to occupy that office at the back of his, and the barges soon stopped, and they were replaced by a tap on the door, which meant to me, Griffin, come into my office. While I should be doing legal work, oftentimes I was in his office with him discussing the politics of the day. He was nearing the end of his legal career, and so much of his morning he spent reading the papers from front to back, and he and I would sit there and discuss the news of the day, the politics of the day. He would tell me stories of his political past and of members of the bar. If anyone knows Mr. Bostwick, you know that he was quite unfiltered, and so many of what was said to me I cannot ever repeat. But one thing that struck me when I attended his funeral on Friday was the tributes that were given to him in the memorial book. The tributes by his wife and the tributes by his children. They were particularly emotional. And I said to myself, on your death, the way his wife wrote about him and the way his children wrote about him is what every single man should aspire to achieve. They were loving, it was real, and it was raw. And you can tell the difference in relationships that he had with each of his children and with his wife. And so I just wanted to say that, as we all sit at this table, sort of leaving whatever our legacies would be, a part of that is also to be strong in your family, strong in your faith, strong in your convictions. He was a man who had strong convictions going up against the PLP at a time when the PLP was all powerful. And much of that is, again, recounted through the tributes that were given to him. And so today, as senators, I think we should be particularly proud to honor the legacies of two great men who have left us, Rodney Monka and J. Henry Bostwick. And so I'll like us to just have a moment of silence to honor the memories of both of those senators. Thank you. Messages from the Governor General. Messages from the House of Assembly.
Bahamas number 39. Message to the Honorable the President and Honorable Members of the Senate from the Speaker and representatives of the Honorable House of Assembly. The House of Assembly acquaints the Honorable the Senate that they have passed the following bills and desire the consent of that Honorable Chamber, namely, a bill for an act to amend the Executive Entities Act to provide for the regulation of certain executive entities by the Central Bank of the Bahamas and for matters incidental thereto. A bill for an act to amend the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act to provide for the regulation of executive entities by the Central Bank of the Bahamas and for matters incidental thereto. House of Assembly, Nassau, 7th May 2025. Sylvanus Petty, Deputy Speaker, for Speaker. Bahamas number 40. Message to the Honorable the President and Honorable Members of the Senate from the Speaker and representatives of the Honorable House of Assembly. The House of Assembly acquaints the Honorable the Senate that they have passed the following bills and desire the consent of that Honorable Chamber, namely, a bill for an act to amend the Trustee Act, a bill for an act to amend the Financial Transactions Reporting Act, number 5 of 2018, a bill for an act to amend the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act, a bill for an act to amend the Nonprofit Organizations Act, number 25 of 2019, a bill for an act to amend the International Business Companies Act, Chapter 309, a bill for an act to amend the Register of Beneficial Ownership Act, number 38 of 2018, a bill for an act to amend the Companies Act,
Chapter 308, a bill for an act to amend the Proceeds of Crime Act Number 4 of 2018, a bill for an act to amend the Arbitration Act. House of Assembly, Nassau, 14th May 2025. Patricia DeVoe, Speaker.
Laying of documents by ministers.
Mr. Vice President, I beg leave to lay on the table of the Senate copies of the following: the Public Debt Management Bahamas Registered Stock 2027, 2029, 2032, 2034, 2044, and 2054 Directions 2025, and the Royal Bahamas Police Force Commissioners Policing Plan 2025.
Order that the document be brought up. Order that the document do lie on the table. Further laying of documents by ministers.
And then, Mr. Vice President.
Communications by ministers. Communications by senators. Questions. Answers to questions. Presentations of petitions. Appointment of select committees. Reports of select committees. First reading of bills.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for the first time a bill for an act to provide for systematic adjudication of rights and interests in land within the Bahamas, the demarcation of boundaries, and matters connected therewith.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a first time and tabled. A bill for an act to provide a systematic adjudication of rights and interests in land within the Bahamas, the demarcation of boundaries, and matters connected therewith. As many are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order that the document be read a first time.
A bill for an act to provide for the systematic adjudication of rights and interest in land within the Bahamas, the demarcation of boundaries and matters connected therewith.
Further first reading of bills.
Mr. Vice President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for the first time a bill for an act to make provision for the registration of titles to land and for dealings in land so registered and for purposes connected therewith.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time and tabled. A bill for an act to make provision for the registration of titles to land and for dealings in land so registered and for the purposes connected therewith. As many are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order that the document be read for a first time.
A bill for an act to make provision for the registration of titles to land and for dealings in land so registered and for purposes connected therewith.
Further first reading of bills.
Yes, Mr. Vice President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for the first time a bill for an act to amend the Trustee Act.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time and tabled. A bill for an act to amend the Trustee Act. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order that the document be read a first time.
A bill for an act to amend the Trustee Act.
Further first reading of bills.
Yes, Mr. Vice President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for the first time a bill for an act to amend the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time and tabled, a bill for an act to amend the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act. As many are in favor, say aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order that the document be read for a first time.
A bill for an act to amend the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act.
For the first reading of bills,
Yes, Mr. Vice President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for first time a bill for an act to amend the Financial Transactions Reporting Act.
is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time and tabled. A bill for an act to amend the Financial Transactions Reporting Act, number 5 of 2018. As many are in favor, say aye. All those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Ordered that the document be read for a first time.
A bill for an act to amend the Financial Transaction Reporting Act, number 5 of 2018.
For the first reading of bills,
Yes, Mr. Vice President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for first time a bill for an act to amend the Arbitration Act.
is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time and tabled, a bill for an act to amend the Arbitration Act. As many are in favor, say aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Ordered that the document be read for a first time.
A bill for an act to amend the Arbitration Act.
For the first reading of bills,
Mr. Vice President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for first time a bill for an act to amend the Companies Act.
is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time and tabled, a bill for an act to amend the Companies Act. As many are in favor, say aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Ordered that the document be read for a first time.
A bill for an act to amend the Companies Act, Chapter 308.
For the first reading of bills,
Yes, Mr. Vice President, I beg leave and to introduce and have read for first time a bill for an act to amend the Nonprofit Organizations Act.
is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time and tabled, a bill for an act to amend the Nonprofit Organizations Act, number 5 of 2019. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Ordered that the document be read for a first time.
A bill for an act to amend the Nonprofit Organizations Act, number 25 of 2019.
For the first reading of bills,
Yes, Mr. Vice President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for first time a bill for an act to amend the Register of Beneficial Ownership Act.
is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time and tabled, a bill for an act to amend the Register of Beneficial Ownership Act, number 38 of 2018. As many are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Ordered that the document be read for a first time.
A bill for an act to amend the Register of Beneficial Ownership Act, number 38 of 2018.
For the first reading of bills,
Yes, Mr. Vice President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for first time a bill for an act to amend the International Business Companies Act.
is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time and tabled, a bill for an act to amend the International Business Companies Act, Chapter 309. As many are in favor, say aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Ordered that the document be read for a first time.
A bill for an act to amend the International Business Companies Act, Chapter 309.
For the first reading of bills,
Yes, Mr. Vice President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for first time a bill for an act to amend the Proceeds of Crime Act.
is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time and tabled, a bill for an act to amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, number 4 of 2018. As many are in favor, say aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is carried. Ordered that the document be read for a first time.
A bill for an act to amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, number 4 of 2018.
For the first reading of bills,
There are none, Mr. Vice President.
Second reading and committal of bills. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Ryan Pindor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I stand to move for second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Executive Entities Act. But with the concurrence of the opposition, we would like to debate all the financial services bills as a compendium. And if necessary, I can read them all out, but I think we understand what the financial services bills are. But just for clarity, it would be the Executive Entities Amendment Act, the Bank and Trust Companies Regulation Amendment Act number 1, the Bank and Trust Companies Regulation Act number 2, the bill for an act to amend the Trustee Act, a bill for an act to amend the Financial Transactions Reporting Act, a bill for an act to amend the Arbitration Act, bill for an act to amend the Companies Act, bill for an act to amend the Non-for-Profit Organizations Act, a bill for an act to amend the Register of Beneficial Ownership Act, a bill for an act to amend the International Business Companies Act, and a bill for an act to amend the Proceeds of Crime Act. With the concurrence of the opposition, we can debate these. Thank you. I appreciate that. Concurrence received. Good morning, colleagues. Today, we debate an important compendium of financial services-related bills that address 3 distinct subject matters. These are all very important pieces of legislation that will meaningfully contribute to the competitiveness of our financial services industry and ensure that we remain a well-regulated international financial center. I remind colleagues the financial services industry is the second most impactful industry to the economy of the Bahamas as measured by contribution to GDP. I would also argue, when we speak of the creation of the middle class and the upper middle class of Bahamians in the Bahamas, for at least the last 3 generations, the financial services industry has been the most significant contributor. A recent survey has indicated more than 90% of the employees in the international financial services firms of the Bahamas are Bahamian. This is actually approaching 95%. It was a little over 94%. The prior survey, when I was Minister of Financial Services some 10 years ago, indicated 85%. So you can see even the matriculation of additional Bahamians within the workforce in the international financial services sector. The salary scales put most of the positions in the industry in the middle class, and many of the positions in the industry in the upper middle class of the Bahamas. If you look at compliance officers, for example, and this is just one position within these institutions, but this is a position where Bahamian employment and professionalism has excelled, in my opinion. A junior compliance officer makes in excess of $60,000. A compliance officer makes in excess of $80,000. And the head of compliance of these institutions makes more than $150,000. The financial services industry, in my opinion, has been the most significant industry contributor to the middle class of the Bahamas and employs primarily professional women, primarily professional Bahamian women. Mr. Vice President, I now turn to the compendium of bills we debate today, and I want to discuss them in order of subject matter. As I said, there are 3 distinct subject matters with the bills we debate today. The first set of bills, which are the Bank and Trust Companies Regulation Amendment Bill and the Executive Entities Amendment Bill, that accompany the Banks and Trust Companies, Private Trust Companies, and Qualified Executive Entities regulations, address the regulation of the Bahamas executive entity. A Bahamas executive entity is a legal entity designed to hold and manage executive functions within a wealth management or a fiduciary structure. Fiduciary structure, generally a foundation or a trust. It acts as a power holder. In other words, it can exercise a power over these structures and can perform various administrative, supervisory, fiduciary, and office holding duties. Office holding meaning as a director or some other officer. They are frequently used in purpose trust structures and family offices and acting as a fiduciary or a protector over a trust structure. Bahamas executive entities are not regulated, nor are they registered with a Bahamian financial regulator. The OECD, their Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information, recommended that all parties carrying out a trust business in the jurisdiction, and particularly executive entities, be supervised by a regulatory authority. These bills and regulations will introduce a new category of executive entity called a qualified executive entity, which, like a private trust company, will be exempt from licensing requirements under the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act, but will be required to have a registered representative which is either licensed by or registered with the central bank. So that now brings a regulatory interface into the Bahamas executive entity, similar to that what is in the private trust company. So the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Amendment Bill makes provision for the central bank to regulate, firstly, an executive entity registered under the Executive Entities Act, which exercise powers and duties of a trustee. So they're exercising the fiduciary obligations of a trustee. And any foundation to be included in the central bank's regulatory remit as an entity which a registered representative may offer foundation agent services for. These bills will ensure we maintain compliance with the OECD international standards. The next group of bills addresses compliance with the Financial Action Task Force standards and guidance, the FATF. So the first set dealt with OECD observations. The second set deal with FATF matters. As a member of the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, or CFATF, the Bahamas will be among the first jurisdictions to undergo the 5th round of a mutual evaluation of our anti-money laundering, our counter-terrorist financing, and our counter-proliferation financing regimes next year. So this will occur next year. This is a major, major review of our institutional AML structures. The Bahamas has worked very hard to strengthen its AML regime. Following the last mutual evaluation, we implemented robust reforms that led to our removal from the FATF gray list and the EU AML blacklist in 2022. The Bahamas entered the CFATF follow-up process in 2022 and became the second Caribbean jurisdiction and only the 6th jurisdiction in the world to achieve 40 for 40 status, meaning that we met all 40 FATF recommendations with a compliant or a largely compliant rating. This reflects the Bahamas' strong commitment to international financial integrity and regulatory standards. In preparation for the Bahamas' upcoming assessment next year, the Office of the Attorney General has conducted a comprehensive analysis of our AML framework, of the revised guidance by the FATF, and have identified necessary amendments to 6 critical pieces of legislation. Several amendments are required to the Proceeds of Crime Act to maintain compliance with FATF recommendations 36 and 38. Remember, we have 40 recommendations. So these in the POCA address 36 and 38. The revised FATF recommendation 38 requires countries to assist with requests to identify, to trace, to investigate, and confiscate criminal property and property of equivalent value. So property that's acquired in the commission of a crime, but also property with equivalent value to that property acquired. An amendment to Section 2, which defines property, is required to expand this definition to include property of corresponding value. That is not in our current law. That is a change to the recommendations, and therefore we make the appropriate amendment. Recommendation 36 requires countries to become parties and to fully implement the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime. This is called the Palermo Convention. Section 16 of the POCA is amended to introduce an additional defense to money laundering offenses specified in sections 9 through 12, and to fully implement Article 6.2 of the Palermo Convention. So this fulfills that obligation. Recommendation 38 requires international cooperation in non-conviction-based confiscation, including mutual legal assistance for asset recovery. So asset recovery, when there's a criminal event, has become a primary focus of the FATF. And while Section 50 of the POCA does address civil forfeiture, it currently limits those activities to property that is within the Bahamas. Sections 50A through 50F are introduced to empower courts to enforce civil forfeiture or freezing orders against property located outside the Bahamas, provided there is a connection to the Bahamas as defined in newly inserted Schedule 4, the fourth schedule of the amendment. So we've expanded the ability for civil forfeiture matters to property outside the Bahamas, as long as it's connected to an activity, a criminal matter, within the Bahamas. The Register of Beneficial Ownership Amendment Bill, Mr. Vice President. Amendments are required to the Register of Beneficial Ownership Act to align the new requirements of FATF Recommendation 24. So there were revisions to Recommendation 24 that we now have to put in law. Recommendation 24 requires beneficial ownership information to be up to date and not merely updated. And so it's a very nuanced definition, but right now our bill, our legislation requires it to be updated. The FATF requires it to be up to date, which has a different meaning, and that means currently up to date at all times. So the amendment to Section 11 introduces a requirement for periodic validation of beneficial ownership information to ensure that it is, one, accurate, and two, it's up to date. Recommendation 24 requires rapid access to beneficial ownership information. Right now, we have 15 days, and the amendment to Section 12.5 reduces that to 24 hours. Rapid. New Section 11A is introduced to meet the new requirements for nominee transparency, which includes identification, verification, and timely access to information. I will describe that right now. So Recommendation 24 requires countries to take measures to prevent and mitigate the risk of the misuse of nominee shareholders and nominee directors. So a nominee shareholder means that you are acting as an agent for the principal. You're a nominee of theirs. You don't have independent fiduciary obligations. You are a nominee, and you act at their discretion and direction. Recommendation 24 requires you to disclose who the nominator is now, so who is giving you the direction, through licensing, registration, or prohibiting such practices entirely. New Section 80A seeks to prohibit the use of nominee directors. Nominee directors really aren't used in the country. Corporate fiduciary directors are used, but that is distinctly different from a nominee. So if I have my company that I say I act as a director for companies, that's what I do as a profession or part of my business, I have a fiduciary obligation as a director to make the correct decisions as a director. This is in contrast to a nominee director where I act on your direction. I don't have the fiduciary obligation to make the correct decision. I make it on the direction of my nominator. We don't use nominee directors in the Bahamas. We do use corporate directors, and we need to be clear that there's a distinct difference in that, right? Section 9A is expanded to incorporate the obligations under ROBO, under the Register of Beneficial Act. These are under the Companies Act, specifically applying sections 8 through 11 and 14 to 16 of ROBO to nominee arrangements, meaning that they now have an obligation to report that they're a nominee shareholder. So we're still allowing nominee shareholders, but we now have to put a reporting mechanism in for that. And so the reporting mechanism uses the Register of Beneficial Ownership Act and the BOSS system, and we're building a platform to allow nominees and nominators to register, and that will comply with the new amendments requiring transparency of nominee relationships under Recommendation 24. Section 41A of the International Business Company Amendment Bill just makes the corresponding amendments I just discussed to the IBCs as are applicable to Companies Act companies. The Financial Transactions Reporting Amendment Bill. The revised FATF Recommendation 25 deals with transparency of legal arrangements. 24 dealt with legal entities. 25 deals with legal arrangements. Arrangements are trusts, for example. And requires now certain amendments to the FTRA, Financial Transactions Reporting Act. Section 2 of the FTRA is amended to include Section 12 within the definition of customer due diligence measures. And Recommendation 25 now requires trustees and persons holding equivalent position in a similar legal arrangement. So you can have a foundation that operates similar to a trustee. So you can be a foundation counsel, and you're acting as a trustee in a trust if that foundation is being used in the same type of fiduciary relationship as a trust. So that's why that provision's in there. Countries are now required to verify legal persons or legal arrangements that would be subject to verification if they were natural persons. So if my trust, which is a legal arrangement, will now have to fulfill the same obligations as if I was a natural person, meaning I have to get all of the KYC for the different settlers and for the different beneficiaries and for the protectors and treat everybody as a natural person. Section 7 is amended to align with Recommendation 25 by inserting again the words up to date rather than current. Same principle as we discussed before. And a new subsection is being added in Section 7 to allow the conduct of due diligence on a risk-sensitive basis. So we're importing a risk-based review of the due diligence, which is entirely appropriate. With respect to the Non-for-Profits Organizations Amendment Act, FATF section Recommendation 8 deals with NPOs and requires targeted oversight of the non-for-profit organizations to prevent misuse of NPOs. The compliance unit within the Office of the Attorney General has oversight of NPOs. To fully meet the requirements of Recommendation 8 and demonstrate our effectiveness in the oversight of NPOs, it is critical that the registration of NPOs, which form a part of our oversight program, be handled by a duly appointed registrar of the unit, the compliance unit within OAG. Right now, we have a bifurcation of responsibilities between the Registrar General and OAG and the compliance unit, and we don't have visibility of all not-for-profits in the country at the OAG because of this bifurcation of responsibility that was done under the former administration through an amendment and a memorandum of understanding, and it just isn't appropriate and it's not working properly. So this requires now an amendment to Section 2 to delete subsection D, which refers and defines the registrar of NPOs to mean the Registrar General. So we're deleting that. This will allow the Attorney General to appoint a registrar of NPOs within the compliance unit of the OAG to ensure that under law we have direct oversight and ability to get the information necessary to ensure that the effectiveness of our law in meeting the requirements of Recommendation 8 are actually done. So these are a series of highly technical amendments that I've gone through, and I thought it appropriate to go through each bill because, and describe why and the relevance of their amendment to the different FATF recommendations, just to try to be clear and transparent because of the technicality of it, and frankly, we have an obligation as legislators to know what we're passing in this place. The third set of bills, the subject matter, deal with trustee and arbitration amendments. The Arbitration Amendment Bill, the Bank and Trust Regulations Amendment Bill number 2, and the Trustee Amendment Bill are necessary amendments to ensure that our trust industry maintains the appropriate global competitiveness. So these are a bit different. These aren't like the first two subsets of bills that I discussed that deal with regulatory issues and changes in regulatory guidance. These are competitiveness bills. So we also want to ensure that our industry remains globally competitive in how they operate and how they serve their clients. So the proposed amendments to the Arbitration Act are designed to promote and facilitate the resolution of trust disputes by arbitration. The industry is of the view that the Arbitration Act as presently drafted does not lend itself to the resolution of trust disputes. However, for this to be effective, there's a greater need, for example, to access the court on appeals on points of law arising in an arbitration. And this is a little bit different than your commercial arbitration. Your commercial arbitration, generally, you take the decision of the arbitrator as the decision unless there is an appealable error, right? Unless there's an appealable error. But because of the nuances of trust law and trust administration, it is felt that, and because we are a jurisdiction that holds ourselves out to be a leader in trust administration and have the judiciary, which we do, who are highly skilled in trust disputes, and the bar, frankly, we thought it appropriate to allow in a trust arbitration an appeal to the courts on points of law arising in the arbitration, to technical points of law, right? And so this bill provides for such appeals in trust disputes, as I said, which is a little bit different than your general commercial arbitration dispute. So you can appeal to the courts on a point of law within that arbitration, rather than appealing on an error in the law, the application of the law. And so that's the nuance of that amendment. The bill, the Arbitration Amendment Bill, will provide that proceedings in the court arising out of the arbitration would continue to be conducted in private. This will be the case unless a party objects, in which the circumstance of the court will be given the power to decide whether to continue to have the hearings in private. And so in trust matters, because they're very sensitive to family matters and asset values, and depending on where the settler is from, this could be a matter that is really life or death to them if everything is publicly disclosed. We want to preserve, I mean, some of these countries, Darren, you know, that if it is known what the person is worth or what they have, they could disappear. And in fact, we actually do business with a lot of people from these very same countries because of the sophistication of our trust regime and because of the sophistication of our trust administration and our bar and our judiciary, right? So privacy and confidentiality in trust disputes is very important. The industry is of the view that confidentiality is essential to the success of the trust business in our country and for when there are disputes. The bills to amend the Bank and Trust Company Regulation Act, number 2, and the Trustee Act are both designed to facilitate the ability of the court to determine trust disputes without them being heard in public. And so this is a very sensitive position. This is a position that was heard recently in the Court of Appeal in the Bahamas, because you have a constitutional right to open and fair disputes in the court of law. That is in our Constitution. right? And so there is a constitutional line you have to walk here, whether you mandate trust disputes be held private or not, and does it violate the Constitution, right? And so we have spent a lot of time on this amendment, right? And the provisions require that disputes in trust matters be heard in private unless a party objects and the court has the discretion to require that those disputes be held in public. And because of that mechanism, we are comfortable. And in fact, my good friend isn't here right now, but it was her father who decided the Court of Appeal decision on this very issue. And it just so happens that her father now works for me as the Commissioner of Law Reform. And so I gave this particular project to him to do to ensure that there are no constitutional issues with this amendment, right? We believe that these amendments further the competitiveness of the Bahamas when it comes to trust structuring here in the Bahamas. Mr. Vice President, this brings me to a matter that I feel compelled to address in this place. I listened to the contribution of the leader of the opposition in that other place, reading a speech written for him that attempted to characterize our administration as not having a plan for the financial services industry. I think, Mike, you remember that. We spoke about that right after he read this speech written for him. His delivery in that other place clearly indicates that he didn't even believe what he was saying. He didn't even believe what he was saying. Somebody put something in front of him, he read it, and he didn't believe what he was saying. Right? In my opinion. The PLP, the Progressive Liberal Party, through multiple administrations, has demonstrated that we are the government that provides appropriate leadership for the financial services industry. In fact, it was a PLP administration under Prime Minister Perry Gladstone Christie who created a portfolio responsibility for the financial services industry. It was the PLP administration, when I was Minister of Financial Services, that created the investment condominium, that created the Smart Fund 007, that developed Brazil as a key market of growth for the Bahamas financial services industry under a PLP administration. Our current administration has a clear vision for financial services. Firstly, we believe obtaining compliance with international standards is fundamental to maintain confidence in our jurisdiction. Under the Brave Davis administration, we obtained 40 for 40 compliance with FATF standards, one of only 6 countries in the world at the time. It's under Brave Davis administration. Under the Brave Davis administration, we exited the EU tax non-competitive list. Under the Brave Davis administration, we recently exited the French blacklist. No other administration can demonstrate such a focus on global regulatory compliance. None. Zero. Zilch. None. None. Secondly, our administration, we believe in legislating to provide further opportunities to the industry in the face of shifting global rules and regulations. We demonstrated that in late 2023, Mike, when we passed necessary amendments in response to tax changes in Brazil. We provided a mechanism to convert ICONs back to IBCs and exempt limited partnerships. We also made amendments to allow for the concept of a demerger of an IBC. A demerger, which is a reorganization that permits the splitting of a single IBC into 2 or more IBCs by operational law. We did that. Today, we pass amendments to the Arbitration Act and the Trustee Act to enhance the competitiveness of our trust industry. That's what we're doing today. That's what we're doing today. We will soon table legislation that is designed to enhance the competitiveness of the Bahamas financial services industry and attract new structuring business from Latin America. That legislation will be an amendment to the Segregated Account Company Act. That should be tabled next week with the budget. Our administration has a clear legislative agenda for facilitating growth and innovation in financial services. The third element of our strategic vision for financial services is our policy commitment and support to promoting the jurisdiction in key markets where we see potential for growth. Mike has been extremely active in that regard. We've identified, for example, London as a key market, given the changes in their non-domiciliary residency rules, and that they have a concentration of advisors for family offices. Mike, how many matters have we actively participated with the industry in London? Multiple times. And we have one upcoming in July that's going to focus on family offices. The industry has the full support of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on these matters. The full support. Unequivocally. We have also identified, for example, the Brazilian marketplace as a market poised for revitalization. Yes, we had tax law changes there that spelled doom and gloom for some of our products. But however, despite those tax law changes, for the very first time in the history of the laws of Brazil, where we are thought of as a very strong financial services partner, they now recognize trusts in their law. Remember, they're a civil law jurisdiction. Trust is a common law concept. And therefore, because they're a civil law jurisdiction, trusts were never recognized in law. They are now statutorily recognized. We are one of the most attractive trust jurisdictions in the entire world, a natural fit for new business opportunities in Brazil. We are one of the most, if not the most attractive trust jurisdictions in the entire world. The entire world. And now that Brazil has recognized in law the concept of a trust, validating the treatment in Brazil, we are a natural fit for growth and business opportunities. We will go to Brazil. This year, we will go to Brazil to highlight this, but also to highlight our legislative changes to the ICON, our legislative changes allowing demerger, and our new legislative changes to the Segregated Account Company Act. We firmly believe this will provide greater restructuring opportunities in business for our jurisdiction. So, Mr. Vice President, as I conclude, I want to give the necessary assurances that the brave Davis-led government is fully committed to ensuring the Bahamas is an international financial center that reacts to changes in laws and regulations around the world. This not only includes maintaining compliance, but also must include creating new opportunities for enhanced business as things shift globally. That's one of our truly benefits as a jurisdiction. We are nimble, we are independent, sovereignty, we control ourselves. Not like some of our other competitors. And we can amend our legislation and our laws and our policies to shifting tides in real time, creating new opportunities, something other countries just frankly cannot do. We see this both going hand in hand, regulatory compliance, and new business opportunities. And we know as an administration that we have the full support of the financial service industry in doing so. Mike has been a great minister for them. Great minister. And Mike always knows that he has the unequivocal support of the Attorney General in whatever he thinks is necessary for the advancement of the industry. Again, we walk the walk. The opposition merely talks. And when they talk financial services, it's frankly just not believable. It's just not believable. With that, Mr. Vice President, I move for the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Executive Entities Act to provide for the regulation of certain executive entities by the Central Bank of the Bahamas and for matters incidental thereto. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable J.Ann Major.
Mr. Vice President, it is with a deep sense of duty and national pride that I rise in this honorable chamber today at a pivotal moment in our country's continued journey toward progress and prosperity. We are called to not just debate legislation, but to shape the future of the Bahamas with purpose, foresight, and unwavering commitment. The bills before us today are more than mere policy. They are the building blocks of a stronger, more equitable, and globally respected nation. However, before offering my contribution to these bills, Mr. Vice President, I wish to also extend my heartfelt condolences to the families of former Senators the Right Honorable J. Henry Boswick, as well as Rodney Monker, a man who's been known for his fearless voice and unwavering commitment to leading the women them and speaking the hard truths in a way that only he can. May their souls rest in eternal peace. And to their families, I pray that you all find comfort in knowing that their enduring contributions to national life will not be forgotten. Mr. Vice President, as we gather in this honorable chamber, I'm mindful that the month of May holds dual significance. It is both Mental Health Awareness Month and a matter that's close to my heart, Brain Tumor Awareness Month, a time to shed light on two critical health issues that impact families across our islands. The last time we would have met, I would have pointed out that brain tumor awareness is particularly near and dear to my heart, as my father would have battled brain tumors for 11 years before unfortunately succumbing to the disease at the young age of 42. In recognizing these observances, we recommit ourselves to raising awareness, championing early detection, advocating for access to care, and ending the stigma around mental and neurological health in our communities. I'm wearing gray today because gray is the color for brain tumor awareness. We wear gray in May. So again, I'm hoping that the Bahamas take steps to really, next time, to really raise awareness for brain tumor awareness in the Bahamas. Mr. Vice President, I turn now to the compendium of financial services bills that collectively fortify the Bahamas' financial services sector. They enhance our international compliance posture, and they stimulate economic growth. These amendments are not isolated adjustments, but they are integral components of our nation's strategic advancement. One key amendment is the Register of Beneficial Ownership Bill of 2025. This amendment enhances transparency by broadening the definition of beneficial owner. Where someone holds shares as nominee on behalf of someone else, that person on whose behalf the nominee acts is treated as a beneficial owner. The bill also refines reporting obligations, ensuring that when beneficial ownership changes, we know about it almost immediately, as you will now be required to report ownership changes within 24 hours rather than 15 days. Through this bill, we are ensuring compliance with the FATF's recommendation 24, which seeks to prevent the misuse of nominee arrangements for illicit financial activities like money laundering and terrorist financing. Another key amendment is the amendment to the Financial Transactions Reporting Act. This bill strengthens our anti-money laundering and counterterrorism financing measures by updating customer due diligence requirements and enhancing reporting protocols. It mandates regular reviews which align with the risk level of clients. Reviews will now occur every year for high-risk clients, every 3 to 5 years for medium-risk clients, and every 5 to 10 years for low-risk client relationships. These changes align with international best practices and bolster the integrity of our financial institutions by strengthening our approach to customer due diligence and risk-based supervision. Mr. Vice President, today we're also debating the Proceeds of Crime Amendment Bill of 2025. This bill empowers our judiciary to enforce foreign judgments related to financial crimes, facilitating cross-border cooperation in asset recovery. It underscores our commitment to combating global financial misconduct and adhering to the Financial Action Task Force Recommendations 36 and 38, which requires jurisdictions to implement mechanisms for international cooperation in order to support cross-border evidence sharing. Following that, Mr. Vice President, we have the amendments to the Companies Act and the International Business Companies Act. These amendments modernize corporate governance by introducing stricter compliance requirements and enhancing regulatory oversight. These bills simply codify the common law position by addressing what case law has established for years. Once appointed as a director, you are deemed as acting as a director. Mr. Vice President, there are also several amendments to our trust legislation. First, we have the Trustee Amendment Bill of 2025. This bill provides trustees with clear guidelines and greater flexibility in how they manage their trusts, thereby strengthening our position as a premier trust jurisdiction. It enhances the legal framework governing fiduciary responsibilities and trust administration. Secondly, we have the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Amendment Bill of 2025. This amendment places executive entities registered under the Executive Entities Act under the direct supervision of the central bank, ensuring robust regulatory oversight. It reinforces the stability and reliability of our banking and trust sectors, further fostering investor confidence. Thirdly, Mr. Vice President, we have the Arbitration Amendment Bill of 2025. This bill refines our arbitration framework, particularly concerning trust-related disputes, by bringing trusts fully under the umbrella of arbitration, offering a private, faster, and internationally respected alternative to formal civil proceedings to resolve disputes. It promotes the Bahamas as a favorable venue for alternative dispute resolution, enhancing our attractiveness to international investors. Mr. Vice President, the suite of 9 financial services bills is a clear reflection of this administration's steadfast commitment to aligning with international standards while preserving the Bahamas' position as a premier and resilient financial jurisdiction. These bills reflect a clear vision to continue building a sector and an economy that is ripe with opportunities for Bahamians, and they also underpin the significant strides our nation has made under the PLP administration since taking office in 2021. Since taking office in 2021, the Bahamas has witnessed remarkable economic advancements. There's been an influx of billions of dollars in investments that have been secured, revitalizing key sectors such as tourism, financial services, and infrastructure. Most recently, we would have all witnessed the successful signing and execution of the Heads of Agreement for the sale and redevelopment of the Grand Lucayan Resort. This is an $827 million deal. I am sure my senators of Grand Bahama will speak to this, but it is indeed a new day and a new hope for Grand Bahama. Housing initiatives. In response to the housing crisis, Mr. Vice President, this administration has facilitated the construction of numerous affordable homes, making home ownership more accessible to more Bahamians. There's been enhancements to our labor market. The minimum wage has been increased, unemployment rates have declined, and targeted programs have been implemented to create employment opportunities for young people, strengthening our workforce. Mr. Vice President, it is through diligent reforms of the Davis administration that the Bahamas has been removed from various international blacklists, reaffirming our commitment to global financial standards and enhancing our nation's credibility on the world stage. Mr. Vice President, sometimes the noise in the market can certainly get loud, but like Mr. Vice President often says, the facts stand on the record and not falsehoods. These legislative reforms are more than statutory changes. They are affirmations of our dedication to transparency, economic resilience, and global cooperation. By fortifying our financial services systems and promoting sustainable development, we are charting a course toward a more prosperous and secure future for all Bahamians. As we confront today's challenges and seize tomorrow's opportunities, let us be reminded that the work we do here echoes far beyond these walls. It impacts every family, every business, and everyone who dares to believe in a better Bahamas. It is certainly bigger than party colors and bigger than politics. May God continue to bless Prime Minister Davis and the Davis administration as we continue to do the work for the future of the Bahamian people, and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Which one of y'all are next?
Thank you, Senator Major. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Executive Entities Act to provide for the regulation of certain executive entities by the Central Bank of the Bahamas and for matters incidental thereto. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Maxine Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, before I proceed with my substantive contribution, I beg leave to take care of a few housekeeping matters that deserve reflection and respect. Firstly, I rise to offer heartfelt condolences on the passing of the late Right Honorable John Henry Bostwick, a towering figure in our national life and a foundational pillar of the Free National Movement, the party to which I belong, and welcome all of you to take up membership. His death marks not only the end of an era, but the celebration of a life marked by integrity, intellectual brilliance, and deep national service. It was a distinct honor to view his body as it lay in state in the foyer of the Senate on Thursday past. It was a quiet, reverent moment in the very space where his voice once rang with purpose. And of course, as we know, he served as the longest president of this chamber in the history of our country from 1992 to 2002. And so that's the longest tenure ever. And more than titles or milestones, Mr. Bostwick stood for a principle. He was a brilliant legal mind, a freedom fighter, a patriot, and a man of unshakable convictions. His was a voice that blended wisdom with strength, conviction with grace, and tradition with vision. And it was so heartfelt, moving, and meaningful to hear Mr. Vice President speak of his personal encounters with Mr. B, as they called him at the firm. And so to Dame Janet and the entire Bostwick family, I extend sincere sympathies on behalf of myself, my colleagues, my family. His memory remains a guiding light, not only to those of us in this chamber, but to the nation at large. I put it like this: B is for Bahamas and B is for Bostwick, and the two are synonymous. Secondly, Mr. Vice President, I pause to recognize the recent passing of former Senator Rodney Moncur, known for his candor, color, and controversy. Mr. Moncur was a man who marched to the beat of his own drum and made sure that the whole nation heard it. As you mentioned, he famously declared that senators were served two meats, a turn of phrase that lives on in political folklore. But more than the wit, it was the fire behind the man that mattered. He was, in his own way, a fearless champion for the downtrodden, the voiceless, the imprisoned, and the ignored. While, according to him, I was unsaved, he certainly spent his days trying to rescue others from injustice, from poverty and neglect. And for that kind of bold, unapologetic advocacy, we remain grateful. May he rest in peace. Thirdly, Mr. Vice President, I take a moment to recognize the recent celebration of Mother's Day. Like you, and though it's now a week behind us, it remains ever timely to acknowledge the sacrifice, strength, and silent heroism of mothers in every Bahamian community. They nurture us, they shape our homes, and their wisdom often stares entire generations. We owe them far more than a day. We owe them our deepest thanks and highest honor. Finally, Mr. Vice President, I wish to highlight an impressive young Bahamian athlete that I had the pleasure of meeting recently, Miss Keely DeVoe of Queens College. Keely placed fourth in the javelin at the 2024 Carifta Games in Trinidad after having just thrown javelin for about a year. And she continues to shine nationally. In fact, at the Nationals, she captured gold medals in the javelin, long jump, and 4x100 relay. That was at the National High School Championships, where she was named Best Female Athlete Under 17. Her discipline, talent, and consistency are remarkable, and I salute her, her coaches, and her family, especially her mom, Karen DeVoe. Young people like Keely embody the very best of Bahamian promise and potential. Mr. Vice President, on Friday past, it was the International Day of the Boy Child. And I want to give kudos to the Bahamas Crisis Center for hosting an event that day for junior high school boys. Because in a world that increasingly places pressures and expectations on our boys to be strong, not to be soft, to lead, not to cry, but often without guidance, we must be deliberate in how we raise, support, and value them. Many of our boys are navigating fatherlessness, peer pressure, educational setbacks, and societal doubt. We must build systems that affirm them, programs that equip them, and communities that protect them. They are not just the men of tomorrow. They are the boys of today, and they need us now. The boy child then deserves our focused attention, our national commitment, and our belief in their boundless worth. Mr. Vice President, thank you for your indulgence as I place these matters respectfully on the record. And so I now turn to my substantive contribution. Mr. Vice President, I am humbled to rise here on behalf of the great people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. In particular, the ordinary men and women, able-bodied ones, and those with disabilities, to contribute to the debate on this important suite of financial services legislation before us today. Let me first say that I support these bills, absolutely, 100% in principle. We understand the necessity, indeed the urgency, of aligning our financial services sector with international standards. We must protect our jurisdiction from being blacklisted while maintaining correspondent banking relationships and demonstrating our seriousness when it comes to anti-money laundering, counter-financing of terrorism, and tax transparency. These are not optional matters, Mr. Vice President. They are essential to the survival of our financial services industry, which, like the good AG said, is second only to tourism and provides employment for many Bahamians. However, Mr. Vice President, legislation is not merely about satisfying some external body's checklist. It must be about improving the lives of real people. And that is where I want to anchor my contribution today. Not in the boardrooms of Paris or Brussels, but in the realities of Baintown and Black Point. Mr. Vice President, let's talk a little bit about access. Because while we debate regulatory frameworks and supervisory powers, there are Bahamians who can't even open a bank account. I think of a single mother, let's call her Janice, a hardworking hairdresser who rents a booth, brings in just enough to feed her 2 boys, and has never had the chance to sit down with a banker who sees her as more than a compliance headache. She has no utility bill in her name, no steady income on paper, and certainly no time to decipher due diligence procedures. I think of a young man, fresh out of school, eager to work, but locked out of opportunity. No job, no references, no clue what a beneficial owner even is. Just trying to get his first break. In our fight against global financial crime, we must be mindful of local financial exclusion. Mr. Vice President, our legislation must not only be airtight, it must also be heart-filled. Yes, we must know who really owns the companies operating within our shores. That is important because transparency deters corruption and shields us from criminal exploitation. But the language of the law must also be plain enough for the layperson. Are we equipping small business owners with the tools they need to understand these changes? Are we ensuring that persons with limited literacy, and that's financial or otherwise, are not pushed further to the financial margins? Are the banks and financial institutions prepared to apply financial transaction reporting with fairness and humanity? Are the customer service officers trained to serve a man who walks in without a passport but honest intent? Mr. Vice President, laws passed in these hollowed halls must not become locked vaults to opportunity. They must be keys. We cannot allow our compliance culture to become a wall for Bahamian-owned small and medium-sized businesses, when it should be a wellspring of confidence. Many of these businesses struggle with high compliance costs, and that's just a fact. They make enough to pay their overhead operational costs, meet payroll, and just try to keep their doors open. And so, Mr. Vice President, I call on the government to do even more to ensure that the benefits of a reformed financial system reach our most vulnerable. I'm glad to hear that the minister is targeting Londoners, but where's the educational campaign for ordinary Bahamians? Where are the mobile banking solutions for the family islands? Where is the public-private partnership to ensure every child leaves school financially literate and ready to thrive? The Bahamas must not just be compliant. The Bahamas must be just. We must comply without becoming complicit in the quiet economic violence of exclusion. We must affirm that transparency must walk hand in hand with equity. And in this journey to meet the world standards, we must never forget who we are, a small nation rich in spirit whose laws must always speak to the heart of the people. So I say again, let's pass these bills, Mr. Vice President, but let's also pass the test of compassion. As you fly to Brazil and elsewhere, let's make compliance a bridge, not a barrier. Let's be global in standards, but local in soul. And may we never lose sight of the little man, Mr. Vice President, the little woman, the little child, as we may put it, whose dreams depend on a system that sees them, includes them, and serves them. Mr. Vice President, for the past 11 years and counting, I have had the privilege of working in the financial services sector, not in a technical role, but in communications. So while I do not claim to be an expert, I do understand the basics. I understand the seriousness with which compliance must be treated. I know that our reputation in the global arena is built not only on beaches and blue skies, but on the integrity of our systems. I've witnessed firsthand, though, the tension that financial institutions often face between meeting international demands and maintaining meaningful connections with the communities they serve. I've also seen the strain on ordinary Bahamians who feel overwhelmed, confused, and simply left behind by the pace of reform. Regulatory frameworks and supervisory regimes are not just legal constructs. They are lived experiences every day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. They touch the bank teller and the back office clerk. They affect the straw vendor trying to keep an account open and the pensioner navigating online banking for the first time. They matter. That is why we must take care not to create a culture that is so tight it strangles access or so rigid it alienates the very people we are meant to protect. Mr. Vice President, as we move to modernize and align with international financial standards, let's never forget the faces behind the figures. The single mother in Grantstown, the fisherman in Spanish Wells, the straw vendor in Bimini, or the retired teacher in Exuma. Let's not forget the young entrepreneur in Abaco, or the child with disability in Cat Island, whose parents still believes in the promise of this nation, and the promise of a new day. These bills must not only comply, they must uplift. They must help make our financial system more secure, yes, but also more accessible, more inclusive, and more just. What we do in this chamber must resonate beyond New Providence into the quiet corners of Inagua and the hills of Long Island. It must speak to the elderly on fixed incomes, the differently abled seeking independence, and the youth hungry for opportunity. Let us legislate not just with precision, but with compassion. Not just with compliance, but with conscience. Because the strength of our financial services must be measured not only in global rankings, but in the lives it helps transform right here at home. May we never lose sight of who we are, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and every Bahamian citizen and resident throughout our isles. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Vice President.
As many the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable James Turner Roll.
Good morning, Mr. Vice President. It's good to see all of you senators here this morning. And just with the mention of my name, let me just declare as I follow my other colleague senator, I want to wish all of the mothers a happy Mother's Day. And I know if my mother is watching this morning, I ought to correct something because my name should be read as James Roll Turner. That is important to her because she always reminds me, boy, I was a single mother. The things I do for you, I don't know if I could do it again.
My apologies, Senator.
So-
I blame my colleague who corrected me. But
All right.
Senator James Roll Turner.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And please send my apologies to your mother.
Thank you. But to all of the mothers here, you know, I must declare that I love Bahamian women as much, I enjoy their company, as much as I enjoy my Lipton tea and Johnny cake in the morning. So every time Mother's Day roll around, we got to say Happy Mother's Day to all of the mothers, those who biologically have children, and those who take on others' children to make sure they know the love and warmth associated with a mother. And then this morning, I'm reminded about two good men, former Senators Monker and former Senator Bostwick, who made their contributions to our society, and they ought not to be forgotten anytime soon. But I express my condolences, and I share in the loss of these men with their families. And then even on Grand Bahama, we lost two pioneers. As a matter of fact, I had a colleague when he described the loss of these two men on Friday, he said, we lost two five-star generals because one of those men was Mr. Artis Neely, who for many years was the voice and the general from West Grand Bahama. Then there's a gentleman from the Far East, Mr. Oral Dada Tate, who was also the general all the way from the East, that for so many years spoke about what he wanted to see happen in Grand Bahama. So I say to those families, I extend my condolences, and they too will not be forgotten, because I say, may the work that you have done speak for you. Mr. Vice President, as I stand here in this debate this morning speaking about these financial bills, I do stand and say that I support all of them. I stand to say that these bills presented this morning, many of which have implications on the financial strength of our country and the competitiveness of our country, the competitive advantage of our country, is very important. I saw recently one of the world's foremost financial review teams give their thoughts of our region, and it was no surprise that their projections and thoughts were tapered with the usual measured sense of what I often call nervous optimism. But that's the life of financial folks, you know, cautious optimism. But one of the things I must say that I admire most about good financial officers is that they, even though they are cautious, they know that the facts are a stubborn thing. And the fact that the Bahamas economy under this current regime, under the leadership of Philip Brave Davis's administration, is in good shape is a good fact. Most Bahamians know that our country's economy is in far better shape today than it was under the previous administration. Most Bahamians also know today that we have left the despair of the gloom and doom prophecy behind. And we are like the woman that was associated with the man in the song with Mike, where this country is looking up and our country is moving on. I don't have a great deal to say today, but in many parts of this country, folks want to know, Mr. Vice President, what is happening in the nation's second city? Are they able to sing yet? Are they able to dance yet? Have they joined the rest of the Bahamas where the land has begun to flow with milk and honey, where prosperity is for all? Well, Mr. Vice President, I also say that a few sessions ago when I spoke in here, I made mention of men that were not so tall. And yes, some who were present at that time got a little excited. You know, I guess they took some things to heart, began to stand on their feet. But today I declare that it is a good time to be short and to be of Bahamian complexion. For you see, Mr. Vice President, we have a hero in a man known in this country as Prime Minister Philip Edward Brave Davis. Yes. This man, Prime Minister Davis, has delivered an unparalleled level of hope, incoming joy, and a sense of opportunity with an aura of prosperity and love to those on Grand Bahama Island. Oh, I tell you how good it feels to be loved. In Bahamian colloquialism, I say, I gotta tell you. As James Brown sang, he said, I feel good. But I remember that I had to retract that because Patti LaBelle did a much better job and she said, baby, I feel good all over. Because finally we see that Grand Bahama's time has come. Mr. Vice President, it wasn't so long ago we launched our voices for a new medical facility on Grand Bahama. And how sweet and pleasant it is when your voice is heard. The sound of construction continues, and I've got to declare that the presence of construction dust has never seemed so pleasant as our hospital is well on the way. Our downtown Freeport was once a reminder of what was. But I can tell you today, because of this Davis administration, downtown Freeport has returned to a hustling and bustling, lively area once again. Good things are happening in Grand Bahama. When we look at the construction of the University of the Bahamas buildings in downtown Freeport, we have reason to celebrate. But we know that to return to the prosperity and opportunity that our people desire, tourism in Grand Bahama has to grow. And it has to work as hard as it did in the best of the days that we left behind. After speculation, plenty talk, professional coordination, the Carnival Cruise Port name Celebration Key is almost ready for presentation. And I can tell you from the young, the middle-aged, unto the mature, they are all preparing for what lies ahead. Because in a few short months, not only will we be cutting ribbon, but we will be presenting one of the most beautiful ports in this region on Grand Bahama Island. We know that the former playground of Howard Hughes, known as the Xanadu Beach Hotel, is now scheduled for redevelopment with Royal Caribbean and Celebrity Cruises. So there is reason to celebrate even more on Grand Bahama Island. But oh, because I have agreed to keep this brief, I must remind you that we have Bahamian heroes in the persons of the Prime Minister and his team. This past week, the agreement for the sale of the Alukaya Beach Resort facility was signed, and Grand Bahama is now heading towards happier days once again. One of my good colleagues said to me, she said she wanted to hear details. Well, I promise to keep this brief, but it ain't, you can't just skimp over $850 million in development. 1,320 construction jobs are expected as we move towards presentation. 1,750 permanent jobs are expected when this project is completed. A planned 3 new hotels is expected when this project is presented. The development of a cruise port resort is expected when this project is presented. A brand new casino is expected when this project is presented. New restaurants, new stores, a mega yacht marina facility is expected to be presented. And Grand Bahama used to be called the golfing capital of the Bahamas some time ago. But we are now pleased to say that a brand new Greg Norman Championship golf course will be presented. Oh, how sweet it is when Grand Bahama goes back where it ought to be. This means that Grand Bahamians all over the world need not sign long-term leases anymore, because it's time to get ready to come back home. This means that those who have been preparing and waiting for opportunities, you are now guaranteed success, because when preparation meets opportunity, that success follows. Now, I know that there are some naysayers, members of the doom and gloom, prophets of gloom, even folks like the old song say, them people like Jerry, you can't find them in town. I looked around at the event on the islands, good news, and I didn't see some who I thought should be there. Because you see, I don't want you just piling up when we have bad news. I don't want you forming no line when hurricane pass through. But when we got good news, all Grand Bahamians' hands should be on deck. Now, I ain't gonna pick on nobody, but I sure would like somebody to tell me where some of my opposition members were when the good news was being laid on Grand Bahama. Grand Bahamians ought to celebrate every opportunity we get. Many of these folks are like the poor, The Word of God tells us that the poor you will always have in your midst. But I thank God that now that even so, many others will be able to sing of the mercies of the Lord in our land as we prepare for the opportunity and the prosperity that lies ahead for all. Today I repeat that I feel good on Grand Bahama. I feel good about Grand Bahama, and God knows that I feel good all over. I love what the leader of the country told Grand Bahamians last week in that land that we love. He said to us, it's time to turn the page of hardship, to leave heartbreak behind. It's time for renewal, a time for new opportunities, and a time for new beginnings. Oh, how sweet the sound of progress sounds. Mr. Vice President, it's a good time for Grand Bahamians, and I want to let the rest of the Bahamas know that we stand and I support these bills here this morning, and I do say that may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and I thank you. May God continue to be with us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Ronnie Duncombe.
Mr. Vice President. Thank you. Mr. Vice President, I'm grateful to stand today in this House once more. And I, too, wish to send my condolences to the family of Munker and Bostwick. You know, losing a lost one is never easy, especially these two men who has put such an impact in our country. And my heart goes out to their family. Also, to the mothers, you know, what an amazing weekend in our community. Senator Wiley, who also lives in our community, we have your package, Senator. Sorry, forgive me, Senator Ellis. Senator Ellis. I do have your package at this time. All right, I do have your package, so I didn't want to bring it out naturally, so I have your package, so by end of day, I'll ensure that you get your package. But I want to also, at this time, just really reflect on the work we've done in the community. Simply because, you know, it's never easy when you are a part of such an amazing constituency that determined to work and never recognize that, you know, your efforts within the community sometimes are not noticed. But we have to understand that your work is never done. And I want to publicly thank all the members in the branch of Kalani for their tireless support. You know, as we go around door to door, it's never easy. You have to work. You got to work. You got to work. You know, but you know, we have to understand that you got to work for it. And as our good president says, you know, every area you got to work. You know, from South Ocean all the way down to Gambia, all the way down to West Ridge. You got to work. You got to work. You're door to door. You know. And additionally, you know, there's one public school in Kalani, and that's Gambia Primary. And I am very proud that the teachers there has embraced our works in the community. And Senator Griffin can understand how special it is when we take the time to go inside these schools and show these kids our support and our love. And you just have to show up. People just want to be respected, you know, that they care for you, you know, you care for them, and they entrusted their well-being inside the community. So, Mr. Vice President, I also want to take this time to recognize someone in our gallery, Mr. Shamal Lewis, who's a former mentee in the Next Gen Mentorship Program. Just came back in the island on Sunday. I want to say to you that he stayed connected. He has done an amazing job. Right now, he told me that he wanted to get a 4.0, but unfortunately it didn't happen. I think he got a 3.8. He would have gotten, yes. His career path, he wants to get in finance, so I would ensure that he has a meeting with our amazing Minister of Economic Affairs to sit with him. Yeah, so, you know, the program works. And this year, Mr. Vice President, entry 3 has certainly been a very, very group of core young men who are not even shy at all. Just needed an institution or people to believe in them. And I would say to you that what an amazing time we've had. Some of the workshops we've had this far for the year, we've had workshop 1 was leadership and teamwork. That was done by Senator Darren Pickstock. Workshop 2 was done by Dr. Kendall Major, public speaking. Workshop number 3 was introduction to effective communication by Ronnie Ferguson. And workshop 4 was done by Professor Carlton Watson of UB. He did emotional intelligence and adaptability. So, Mr. Vice President, we are ensuring that these young men get some core competencies into manhood that allows us to make the pathway for them to be, you know, not really so reserved and shy in how to plan their path, And I could say to you that these young men really has evolved from day one, how they came inside the workshops, head hanging down, not really sure how to present themselves. As you'll find out when I bring these young men into the Senate, you can meet them and engage with them and encourage them that we are proud in the work that they are doing. This time in the workshop, we had a segment that's called Open House, where we allowed, after the 4 sessions or halfway point, to have the parents to come in with these young men to take a sneak peek of what we do inside the workshop, because in having the conversations with the parents, we found that when they spoke to the young men asking them how was the workshop, they would have gotten one-liners similar to it was okay, it was all right, it was good, and the parents didn't understand what that meant. So when we had our open house, we went through our regular routine with them introducing themselves, why they want to be a part of the program, what the program met. There's a segment in the workshop where we have something called the forum, and Senator Alquidas was there, where they would come up, take a seat, they're free to ask any question, and one of the parents, she literally cried as she saw her son came up there and spoke, because she said, in the last 4 years, the most words she got from him was, "What's to eat? Can I get some money? And I'm on my phone right now." She never saw any kind of interaction with our young man in our home. And to see him go up there and express what he wants, being challenged when being questioned, and spoke strongly, because she was very afraid that while he is academically gifted, that he would have been able to conduct himself out there in the real world. Yeah, which is very important. And then this time we had a father who had his young boy inside the program, and same thing, he could not hold in the tears of seeing his young man just express himself inside this workshop. So I want to say to you, senators, I look forward to partner with you when I bring you in the forum where these young men are, to show their support and understand where they're about. What's that, Senator? We coming to you. We coming to you. I can get them ready for you, because there is a section in relationships and how you coexist in conversations. We're coming to you. We're coming to you. And you have to understand that we also have a piece there where these young men are able to identify someone who they see as their hero, whether it's internationally or locally. And it was amazing to find out who these young men seemed that they wanted to meet. So right now, AG, we have one of these young men wants to meet Ryan the Lion. All right, Pinter? All right? And he has, and the Attorney General has committed to that meet and greet. Because he believes in the program and he supports that program. All right? We have to understand that how important it is to be with these young men who choose to want to be a positive member in society within our country. Because you can imagine between the age of 14 and 18, some of us weren't focused about where we want to be in our lives. We were playing around. Some of us could have shoot marble at that time or on your game, but we have to understand the importance of that. Also, Mr. Vice President, last weekend was very crucial, and the week prior to, because we were able to facilitate a meet and greet with one of the young men who's a huge basketball athlete, also a fan of an NBA player, and we were able to have Mr. Magic Johnson, who were in the country, to come and meet with the guys, the private viewing. And I want you to understand that apart from his basketball accolades and business acumen, he was truly accommodating to these young men and spoke to them about, being persistent, dream big. He shared his experiences while he was a player and telling his colleagues that he wanted to get into business, and they looked down on him that he didn't have the ability to transition into business. So he encouraged these young men to, be committed, put in the work, and also to believe in themselves. So I want to say, Mr. Vice President, that we are doing our part, and we look forward for many, many amazing things from these young men to come. And then finally, on Next Gen, I want to announce our second annual sneaker ball that will take place February 25th. And Senator, all the senators are invited. Let me go on record. All senators will be invited. The 25th of July, 25th of July, 25th of July at the Bahama, there will be correspondence coming out to ensure that my two senator females from the other side and also my other senator female on our side, that you are present, ensuring your support. And just understand, forgive me. I'm going to ensure that Ms. Meiji here is also a part of the program, because we certainly need to let these young men know that while the men are in the forefront working with them, we need the support of our females who are there supporting the men, because it's extremely important that we all be a part of this initiative. You have to understand how important it is. So ticket sales will be, announcements will be coming out for you. So let's rally behind this future and let's invest in them. Mr. Vice President, I don't want to speak without the opportunities that we've had, without the undenying surge in the tourism sector. At this time, I want to extend congratulations to the government of the Bahamas for the recent signing of the Lucaya deal. And and this partnership not only signals just for economic recovery, but also for the long-term growth for Grand Bahama. Currently, tourism is booming. In 2024 alone, the Bahamas has welcomed a record-breaking 11.22 million internet visitors. Yes, please, give it up. This renewed momentum has direct implications on young Bahamians across the country, even including those from Next Gen. Our young men see the world that is watching the Bahamas, and their talents and efforts certainly matters. This government is making strides, crossing seas, building bridges, and giving our youth a reason to dream bigger and aim higher. The compendium of bills is not just a technical adjustment. It is a planned affirmation of the Bahamas' commitment to the internal best practices in financial oversight, transparency, and global cooperation. It sends a clear message to our regional and international partners that Bahamas remains a serious, sophisticated, and a compliant financial jurisdiction, one that understands the importance of the evolving withstandings that the government needs to resume and as it combat financial crimes. So, Mr. Vice President, I'm proud to say that this PLP government, led by Prime Minister Philip Brave Davis Casey, continue to make major strides towards improving the Bahamas' financial literacy, transparency, and regulatory framework within the Bahamas. The Bahamas has been recognized globally for its commitment to meeting international standards, and in a landmark achievement, the Bahamas has become the 6th country in the world to achieve largely compliant status on all 40 of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations. So while we continue to work towards full compliance with the OECD's Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information for Tax Purposes, the Bahamas is currently undergoing a second-round effectiveness review, which is expected to conclude in 2025. So the government is diligently addressing the recommendations provided by the Global Forum to ensure our continued alignment with global best practices. These ongoing best practices demonstrate the Bahamas' determination to remain a leading, well-regulated financial jurisdiction, upholding its reputation for transparency and global cooperation. Mr. Vice President, I've experienced firsthand how this growth in the tourism translates into tangible opportunities. As a business person in the tourism and transportation industry, I can safely say without hesitation that tourism has not only sustained my business, but it has helped it to grow. It's through opportunities like these that small business owners can support their families, invest in our communities, and contribute to the wider national economy. So tourism is just not a pillar of our GDP. It's a lifetime for entrepreneurs, job creator, and a bridge to financial stability for countless Bahamians in our households. So it's the very reason, Mr. Vice President, that we must ensure our financial services remains robust, transparent, accountable, as for our economy expands and more Bahamians engage in business, both domestically and globally. So we must strengthen the frameworks that govern how transactions are reported, monitored, and regulated. Because when small business thrives, our entire economy benefits. And when we protect that progress through sound regulations, we ensure that the Bahamas is sustained. Therefore, we will bolster investments' confidence and ensure that we remain attractive destination for those who want to do in business. And Mr. Vice President, it's just ironic that I got a text today, and it reads that I had a great business meeting with Prime Minister of the Bahamas, the Honorable Philip Davis, exploring opportunities in our country. And as you can see, Mr. Vice President, that was a post by Magic Johnson on Instagram today that he put out nationally today. So it shows you the fact that people are looking at the Bahamas very seriously to invest in our country. All right? Mr. Vice President, the need for legislative modernization becomes even more urgent when we view through the lens of our economic performance. So in a global environment where capital is mobile, competition for financial services business is fierce, and reputational risk can translate into tangible economic consequences. So our legal and regulatory frameworks must be dynamic, responsive, and forward-looking. The Bahamas financial services sector remains the second largest contributor to our GDP after tourism, providing high-quality jobs, driven foreign direct investment, and supporting countless business families, Bahamian families. Mr. Vice President, let us be clear. No investor, foreign or domestic, will place their confidence in a jurisdiction that cannot manage risk, detect wrongdoing, or enforce its own rules. Conversely, a jurisdiction that meets and exceeds international norms becomes a magnet for responsible capital and a model for modern financial stewardship. So, Mr. Vice President, as I take my seat, these bills is not just about compliance. It's about leadership. It positions the Bahamas not as a reluctant follower, but as a willing and responsible participant in the financial global stage. So in the pursuit of a stronger, cleaner, more transparent Bahamas, let us not waver. Let us pass this legislation with clarity and conviction, and let the world know that the Bahamas is about integrity, serious about reform, and serious about our future. And with that, I support these compendiums of bills.
Thank you, Senator. As many. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Randy Roll.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. I rise this afternoon, as a matter of fact, to contribute to these bills as well. But before I get started, with your leave, Mr. Vice President, allow me to join in with my other Senate colleagues and first pay my condolences to the late Henry Bostwick and my good friend Brent Dean. You know, was his father-in-law. And so, you know, they've been going through a rough time, but, you know, through prayers, you know, I hope that they will be okay. And so, you know, I extend condolences to him and his family. Also wish to extend my condolences to late Senator Rodney Monka as well, and all of the followers that he would have had in his family as well in their time of bereavement. I thank both men for their service to country, and you know, even though long after they are gone, hopefully, you know, their memories will live on. And right before I get started, too, I want to also congratulate a young man from Bimini, Mr. VJ Edgecombe, who, since the last time we were in this place, he has declared for the NBA draft, which I think is on the 25th of June. Coming from a small island of Bimini, you know, we always say once we were a dot, now Bimini we're the spot. And so congratulations to all of my family and friends in Bimini. And we look forward to him being a top 5 pick, but also doing extremely well in the next level of his career. You know, and it speaks to all young people, most definitely. It speaks to the commitment just to never give up. You know, when VJ was at the high school in Bimini, he was very short. He left Bimini, I think, right after the pandemic. He had a dream, he had a goal, he continued to push, and, you know, the sky's the limit. And so this is for every young Bahamian. Once you hold fast to your dream, light will definitely shine on you someday. And so again, my congratulations to the entire community of Bimini and VJ and his mom and the other family members. Okay. Today I rise with a great sense of pride, purpose, and hope. And I promise to be very brief, Mr. Deputy, so it's just a couple of words. But I cannot pass up an opportunity to speak on these bills, especially with my good minister in this place. And I want to thank him once again. I have before, but I want to thank him once again for this opportunity, and the Prime Minister, and of course my brother, Ryan Pinder, and for his motivation and push to make sure that I was able to be in this place where I can still continue to shine, and so I thank them both for that. Thank you. So today I rise with a great sense of pride, purpose, and hope as we debate this commendum of financial service bills. These are not just amendments to law, but they are declarations that the Bahamas is indeed open for business, committed to transparency, and resolute in protecting our people. Let me be clear, Mr. Deputy, while these may not be the most glamorous pieces of legislation, they are some of the most impactful. From the Bank and Trust Companies Regulation Amendment Bill, the International Business Companies Amendment Bill 2025, the Proceeds of Crime Amendment Bill 2025, and the Financial Transaction Reporting Amendment Bill 2025, among others, each bill before us contributes to a greater mission: strengthening financial regulation, improving governance, and enhancing transparency and streamlining dispute resolution. But what does this mean for the average Bahamian? Mr. Deputy, it means safer financial transactions. It means businesses and consumers can trust that our regulatory systems are built to protect their interests. It means investors, both local and international, see the Bahamas not just as a sunny destination, but as a serious, compliant financial services jurisdiction. These bills reinforce our credibility, Mr. Deputy. It sends a message to the global financial community that the Bahamas plays by the rules and we play to win. By strengthening these services, we are positioning the Bahamas to capitalize on new opportunities, direct partnerships, and beneficial relationships with investors and suppliers. Mr. Deputy, This did not happen by chance. It is the result of bold leadership, visionary policy, and a relentless effort, especially by the Davis administration. Through targeted initiatives aimed at reducing the cost of living, the government has provided tax relief for essential goods, subsidized utilities, and launched programs that directly benefit Bahamians. This administration, Mr. Deputy, has so far lowered VAT, not once, but twice, reduced customs duties, and introduced policies to boost domestic food production. And I think my colleague Pistock will talk about that if he speaks later on today. Moreover, we've made strategic investments to protect our economy and provide much-needed relief to our citizens. While global pressures continue to challenge us, Mr. Deputy, this administration has been steadfast in its commitment to shielding Bahamians from the worst of these external shocks. Mr. Deputy, let's not forget, just a short time ago, we were on the EU blacklist and grey list. But because of the government's proactive stance, tough but necessary reforms, and unwavering commitment to doing what's right, we've been removed. Let's talk numbers, Mr. Deputy. Real GDP growth of 3.4%. Our economy stands today at 14.1 billion, exceeding pre-pandemic levels by more than 1.5 billion. These aren't just statistics, Mr. Deputy. They are proof of effective governance and meaningful economic recovery. International agencies like Moody's, S&P are taking note, giving more optimistic outlooks and affirming that our country is indeed moving in the right direction. That doesn't just boost our image, it boosts confidence, attracts investments, and ultimately benefits all Bahamian people. But we aren't stopping there, Mr. Deputy. As chairman of the Consumer Protection Commission, I know that these reforms lay the groundwork for even greater protections. I want to assure the public that the Consumer Protection Commission and this government is hard at work. The CPC currently has more than 20 secret shoppers out in the field right now, Mr. Deputy, monitoring the public consumer spaces, ensuring fair treatment, and holding businesses accountable. We want businesses and consumers to be vigilant because we are watching. Not to punish, but simply to protect. Knowledgeable consumers help drive economic growth and reduce market manipulation. And the actions taken by the CPC are a testament of this strategy. Bahamian families can walk into shops and stores knowing that the CPC is looking out for their best interests. We want the Bahamian public to know, to trust that this commission is serious about addressing and enforcing the rights of all consumers. We, Bahamians, are on your side. Mr. Deputy, looking ahead, I'm excited about the potential for these financial reforms to support greater competition in the marketplace. I see my deputy is in the chair, but at some point, I hope that he can talk about, and we will talk about, this competition legislation that this government, this Davis administration, will bring to the Bahamian public for all to understand how serious we are with your rights and the cost of living in this country. That means better prices, more choices, and more innovation. Real relief, Mr. Deputy, real relief for the Bahamian consumers. Yes, I'm talking about bold action, even on issues like rent control. Rent is one of the greatest consumer challenges we face today. The cries of Bahamians struggling with housing costs are real, and they have not gone unheard. It is through a modernized, responsive financial sector that we can begin to offer meaningful solutions. This is a government that's doing more than just making promises. We are fixing the fundamental cracks in our system, building a framework that protects, empowers, and uplifts every single Bahamian. So, to every Bahamian watching, know that your government, this Davis government, is working for you. Yes, sir. Know that these bills matter to you. And also to my colleagues on the other side, you know, because all of them benefit from it. Know that the Consumer Protection Commission stands ready to ensure that your rights are also defended every step of the way. Together with strong laws, strong leadership, and a strong commitment to justice, we will build a fairer, more secure, and more prosperous Bahamas for all. Mr. Deputy, fellow colleagues, Bahamians everywhere, this compendium is just not another step forward. It's just another step forward in this administration's blueprint for change. And with these few words, Mr. Deputy, I want to say that I support this bill, these bills, and I thank the Davis administration. I thank my colleagues in finance and my minister, my good minister, my boss, Michael Alkides, for a job well done. Thank you. I support these bills.
Thank you, Senator. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Ruben Raming.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. It's good to be here today. Let me take this time to stand with everybody and acknowledging the life work of Senator Rodney Moncur and Senator J. Henry Bosbeck. I'd like to give special tribute to the living as well. I don't recall ever meeting Senator Moncur's wife, but I certainly hear him refer to her frequently. Many times even on his show to say to keep the fish head boiling and everything else. And I say that affectionately because obviously there was and there still is, because love don't die when an individual goes, some good love. And not only that, a seemingly friendship relationship between him and his wife, if you could catch the spirit that which I'm saying. And I want to thank her for her service also towards him in his time of ailment, because it was not a swift incident or something that abruptly came about, and also standing with him through all the tragedies that they would have had in their life, house fires, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Family is important, including friends, and he gave credit to Dr. Sands, who was his physician, and in that sensitive place, a moment in time in his life. So I want to say to Ms. Moncur, thank you for your service, and that Mr. Moncur, who is uniquely gifted, may not have been as efficient as he is in his calling without your contribution and your input in his life. And I say also to the Bostwick family the same. To Miss Janet and her family, they did do the till death do you part thing. And I think it is a testament I saw the op-ed that was posted in the editorials by Senator Maxine about boys and children. It is good to see a fatherly example. No father is perfect. Whereas you can see almost a kind of schizophrenic impact, how a man can be so different towards every child, but yet equal, because you know your children for who they are individually. And reading the tributes from the children, and their clear acknowledgement, it shows that he had the capacity to be able to meet them where they were and then do that intergenerational transmission. The family has made us proud. They continue to make us proud, and their name will live on through their stalwart service. And to Ms. Janet, we love and we appreciate you not only for your service, but for your kindness and your motherhood that you would extend. She's similar like Cynthia, Mother Pratt. You know, if you ask what is the most important title she get, they ain't gonna say Gigi. They can say Mother Pratt. That's the highest name. And Janet Bostwick, as a mother, in my opinion, has also transcended a tremendous contribution to politics and the many firsts that she has obtained and achieved. So to all of them, we give you thanks for your life and your legacy and the examples you set throughout our community. I stand with these compendium, and I support them. These are one of the things that I've spoken on my 8 odd years of in public service, lower house, upper house, and I think the world by now knows my standard on this. This is one of those things that we all stand united for the good of our nation, being in a world that is led by elephants, but yet we as an archipelago still need to ensure that we have our footprint and our way of life. We understand the bullying nature of these things, but we do what we need to do. I disagree with the AG statement, though I know he agreed totally with mine. The reality is all governments have worked, I think, impressively with the financial services sector to be able to no, I'm qualifying my point. You know, because better is almost irrelevant, and I'll explain to you why. Because these bills aren't something that's just hatched in the cabinet, despite the cabinet sometimes consisting of experts. It's something that is done in tandem with the industry on the highest level. And then when we look at the scope and the type of legislative amendments and adaptations, it becomes, though, a necessity comparatively irrelevant, because the instruments that exist today did not exist when Perry Christie was around, or when Hubert Alexander Ingram was around, and probably even some of them are new compared to when former Prime Minister Hubert Minnis was around. Because just like every other technology, the financial services system is very, very robust and constantly evolving, not only with technology, but to keep up with the tricks in the trade of the criminals, and also those smart persons who just simply want to find ways to avoid taxation. So every administration must step up, and every evolution of every administration in this country will find that it will have to do exceedingly abundantly above and beyond whatever the last administration did, and to address and adapt to new changes around the world. And for that is the reason why I said the comparative relevance is almost a mute thing. But I am grateful for the effects that have been made with past amendments, because I have seen the urgency in which these things actually need to be passed. I agree with the sentiments of Senator Maxine, in a sense, when I said, you know, it would be good to see some of this home, because when these agencies push us hard enough, we meet those benchmarks for transparency like that. we move heaven and earth to meet those those benchmarks for transparency and accountability. When you see the agencies, just as articulated by Senator Pinder, for reporting and the swiftness of reporting, we meet them like that. You know, the one we're now jumping to moves us from 15 days to 24 hours reporting. Yet we still can't move from anywhere from weeks to months and setting up a bank account or getting transaction done relating to your businesses or and pertinent documents. We find ourselves struggling within. Sometimes I wonder if they could put the gun on governments, not only for their own interests, but to force us to be able to speed up the ease of doing business in our own country. Because these same legislation hypocritically expose our ability to adapt to everybody else. And by our actions, our obvious reluctance to adapt to the swiftness and needs that we have here at home. And that's a problem because I'm a Foxillian and I always grow up saying home drum, beat first. And so we need to step up. Yeah, Foxillian. And so I look forward to anything else we can do to advance the process. Yeah, me being a Foxillian ain't got nothing to do with nobody. I said I'm a Foxillian. Oh, I didn't hear that. I thought you said if I was. I thought you said. No. Oh, I thought you said if I was. I thought you said if I was a Foxillian. Notice my response. No, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. You mean I'm getting your endorsement? You're gonna fund me too? All right then. The thing about it. Yeah, the thing about it. I'm going to convert that to financial currency. All right. You heard that, Mr. Deputy, on the record. He's my friend.
Right.
And he did not object to me converting that into financial currency. Yeah. Well, I don't know if I could be a friend afterwards because listening to all these things that transpired over the last few days, and I anticipate more will come out in this, a song keep running in my mind, you know. There's a song by Kenny Rogers that says, you got to know when to hold out, know when to fold up, know when to walk away, know when to run. So you can't count your money while sitting at the table. There's time enough for counting when the deal is done. And it's always been a very pertinent thing. First of all, and I'm going to look in the camera to this, to our brothers and sisters in Freeport, Grand Bahama. It doesn't matter whether we're from Managua, Eleuthera, it doesn't matter whatever else. We are still one. We are all pleasantly happy for your success. And despite whatever failures of any administration, we are all still concerned. I don't think there's any way I could rip that out of the heart of any Bahamian person to say that there is not a sincere desire for the success of a Grand Bahama or any other island in our archipelago. At least I would not want to be of a point to say truthfully that anybody, especially anybody who has been elected or appointed or serves in any administration, seeks to totally undermine success. But however, when you see the expressions from the persons in Grand Bahama and their concerns and their timidness as it relates to even the pronunciation, we just need to basically respect it for where they are. They have had a lot of false starts across the way. And they have rightly so a reason to be, they have rightly so, they have had many false starts along the way. All right? And rightly so, we understand that. We all hope for success, but many things happen. And we've seen that happening before. we look at the recent signing of the heads of agreement, and a lot of persons does have legitimate concerns and questions as it relate to it. And in the midst of that hope, they seek to have those answered, because in past experiences, we have been at this point, and at this point we've been at, and we've found that heads of agreements themselves, in their reality, they aren't binding documents, as we well know. Every heads of agreement in and of itself, it basically outlines the terms for what we call the potential agreement between the partners, and it sets up a framework for that. It actually is the thing that begins the process of it, and that's what a hedge agreement actually is in of itself. We all hope for the best, but we have seen, as articulated before, abuse of heads of government going forward many times before. We've seen it with the British colonial Hilton, and I think I recall a time when even the owners of the Hilton made an open statement that heads agreements aren't binding. I've heard discussed many times in these various houses the need for the government to set up a mechanism in which to properly oversee and to track heads of agreements, but them by themselves and by their nature as a whole are non-binding. They're the things that give the needed confidence to be able to move forward with the necessary preparations in order to secure or bring to manifestation a deal, but they're all cancelable. We've had this situation before, the deal that the Ministry of Administration crafted, which would have had some elements to it that that aren't included in this particular one. But that was canceled by the government. Why? Because it's a heads of agreement. We've had the Electra American Hospitality Group that was interested and that got canceled. So we just speak in reality to the fact that at this stage, it's just still at a fragile stage, despite a lot of things happening. But it's time enough for counting when the deed is done. So we reached to the point that it is understood that the wish is and the desire is to have a purchase for the hotel for $120-odd million. I could only ask because I don't know of, or it has not been made clear if the actual monies had been paid yet. And normally in the heads of agreement, that comes later in any event. So the sale had not been actually completed, but I still found it rather interesting, the commitment to take over. Well, we should not have to speculate. If the sale was completed, then it wouldn't have been a heads of agreement. The sale would have been completed. Well, did you get the money? Did you get the money? Did you? I can sit down. Listen. I just asking. A question ain't a falsehood. I just asking, man. Is it completed? Has the money been has the money been transferred? Because there are things that without that question being asked, it raises questions to other things. Because you'll find it interesting that if you're going to take over responsibility for the $1.5 million monthly maintenance cost of maintaining the Grand Lucaya, I would simply say if it was me, unless I done buy the thing, I ain't gonna be taking that over. All right? So it's very easy for the government just to simply say, the sale has been completed. Somebody just say it now, you can say it from your seat now. I'll repeat it. I'll repeat it. I didn't ask you whether it's Royal Caribbean. I asked you if the sale has been completed. If the sale has been completed, so it's just a question. This is just a legitimate question because it had not been clearly articulated. And I've always said that to avoid unnecessary questions, controversies, or hurt feelings, you do your best to articulate things. If you can get to the point to say how many projected workers and how many impact of this and everything else, how hard is it to say, listen here, and the sale has been completed. And the money will be, you don't have to say that, but hey, and the money will be transferred at this particular point in time. Just don't leave no room don't leave no room for things that may scare it. Because on the reality of it, the heads of agreement in and of itself, what it does, and it's really in its nature, generally speaking, it now allows them and give comfort so that an investor now can begin the process of what he needs to do to get the development up and going. As would have been stated in your article, the construction will start 90 days after you will have gotten all these approvals. So what that means, obviously approvals hadn't been given yet. I don't even expect it, but I'm just saying it's just these are obvious fact. And then it is unlikely that a company, even before purchasing, would have already done all the architectural work and all the plan. See, when you then get your little heads of agreement, it gives you a degree of comfort now, because trust me, it's going to cost tens of millions to produce the plan for development like that. And you're going to pump that in there, and you even didn't get at least a tacit approval from a government. So the heads of agreement facilitates that. Now, that sale, when that lock in, that's done your responsibility, and it adds more weight to it. So the thing we could shut up everybody would be, okay, this sale, no, everybody's asking. Yeah, it's being asked. It's being asked by some people. The sale in and of itself. Yeah, maybe if the courtesy was extended, you could sit down with, you could have invited the opposition leader to come and meet with them, not in a public setting. I mean, if it's that important to everybody. Hey, do things like this and put people to shame. So listen here, man, this thing done do, we done said, let come, you want to meet with somebody, and we need to grow past this thing of who ain't do and what ain't do. When you come, you do your do. You're accountable for what you do. You catch what I'm saying? There have been women who divorce husbands from beating them and then marry a nice man who don't beat them. But don't judge the man according to the other fellow, man. Stand on your own thing. You can't go ahead and say you're going to be violent toward this woman because the other man being violent. If you say you're doing better, then be better. And better by extension means different. Because it can't be better if you want to do the same thing the other guy do, man. It's as simple as that. By calling yourself a new day, it means that you're going to do something different. So don't throw that foolishness at me, but oh, this one do. I don't care about that. You are in government. You have the power. This is your deal. And quite frankly, I stand here and I say openly, I want you all to succeed. For God's sake, I'm sick and tired of what's happening in Grand Bahama. And I don't even live there. You know what it is to wait 5 years for something else to happen? 5 years ago, I didn't have this grade. And then they got to wait another 5 years. These are people's lives. That's all I'm saying. These are people's lives. And I speak, period, across the board. I don't care who you are. If you could do good and you could do it swiftly, then do it swiftly. That's right. That's all I'm simply saying. And so simple things like this could be able to be clearly manifest so that there's no confusion. And what that does is it gives more room for the hope to sink in. Let's move politically. Isn't there something politically you would like for greater hope that is more grounded? But when you could attack a person because they're asking this fundamental question that you could only stand up right now, I can sit right now and anyone can stand up and say, listen here, the purchase agreement has been signed and whatever, you know, there's a period of time maybe, and the money is being worked out to transfer. But a heads of agreement simply is not what it is. All right? And so, you know, these are the things that we need to consider going forward. And I must reiterate, when the people have been down that road and done that, they're very, very, very skeptical about that. If we could bring the level of details in our negotiations and our presentations, like I said, we do when these big guns pressure us to do things, I think life will be a whole lot better. I personally believe, you know, politics is politics, and trust me, F&M PLP is a joke compared to the church. All right? So y'all is where you cut your baby teeth. you know, some people pray for you and cut your throat. At least we know what the F&M could do, and we know what the PLP could do, and then y'all, you know, you be harmony around it. But guess what? you can have greater political success with just sincere, transparent clarity in your communications and in your efforts. And you know what I think what Bahamian people like most? When you find yourself starting to fall short, because things could be out of your control, tell people, let's not act like government can't bleed. You know, you know. You tell people, but if you smell it, tell them we think. Because it's better to have them on guard and they be wrong, because you still come up with a slam dunk or home run, than to have people feeling uncomfortable. Despite this being, when you look at some of the stats, the size of the venture, because it doesn't have the water park and the cruise port and the room going down from 1,500 to 400. Brother, if this could happen in Grandmama, I give God thanks. And I give the administration all the credit that is due. All I'm asking is for us to make sure that the people realistically appreciate where we are in terms of what we're dealing with this. Without any lip service, no back talk, no that foolishness, man. This people's life. This people's life. So with that short presentation, this short contribution towards this, maybe the AG in its wrap-up will give us a little bit more clarity on this matter. You know, as I always look forward, I always put it to you because I want to hear results. And then when you add it, maybe you could answer this little itch too, if it is true. Because now they get some speculation going around. I don't know. I don't speculate, I ask you. You know, there's a speculation going on saying that the purchase price may be done somewhere later on after the deal. Yeah. You could deal with that for me, please. All right, please. Thank you very much. No, I ain't a speculator, brother. I just don't want no speculation to come into it by giving me the information that giving us the information that we need to have the full confidence in this deal. The final point, too, though, back to the issue that had arose during the British colonial Hilton matter. I don't know if you recall it, and it was stated. I'm trying to remember. It was also here during this time of our need to find better mechanisms in government to be able to. When I heard it then, I heard it now, but I'm still going to say it. To be able to how to enforce best these agreements in these heads of government, even though we know it's non-binding, but it's still something that we expect because we've been struggling in too many instances to get in many of the instances, especially from employment component and certain other components, things that had been agreed under the heads of government. How do we, Mr. AG, after we begin to solidify things, when the money is paid and things start to tighten up, migrate some of those things into something that is more enforceable? If you follow what I'm saying, is that possible for something like that to be considered and done? And with that, I rest.
Thank you, Senator. Okay.
Mr. Vice President, I move that the business of the Senate do sit beyond 1 p.m. this afternoon.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the business of this chamber continue beyond the 1 p.m. hour. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The business of these chambers will continue beyond the 1 p.m. hour. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Dr. Aricia Hepburn Forbes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice President. I, like my other colleagues, would like to express condolences to the family of former Senator J. Henry Bostwick and Senator Rodney Munker. On a personal note, Mr. Vice President, Senator Munker lived by my grandparents' homestead in Black Village. And we will always say we were Senator 1 and 2. I am proud of Senator Monka, as I recall being a younger child, being allowed to be on his protests, but we could only march as far as Blue Hill Road. So we had to turn back home and wait for his march to come around, which I can assure you, and he held 6 people, 5 of them being me and my cousins. And so he inspired me, even though we did not always agree on philosophies. And while I may be a woman now, only as long as I could keep some of my rights. But as for decades, he had a cause, and he never stopped fighting for the betterment of Bahamian people. Mr. Vice President, I would also like to publicly congratulate the organizers of the Commonwealth Parliamentarians Workshop, the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians Workshop, under the theme Parliamentarians as Drivers of Women's Economic Empowerment. I think that would be Ms. Ashwin Lightburn and President of the Senate. So I'd like to publicly congratulate them on a successful conference. I attended all the sessions except the field trip, and I must admit, it was an enlightening and informative workshop. And finally, Mr. Vice President, I would like to publicly wish you a happy belated birthday. And like every other member, I'd like to state a belated happy Mother's Day to all the remarkable women who shape our lives and strengthen us with wisdom and love. I can only hope that their day was filled with joy, appreciation, and recognition that they truly deserve. Now to the matter at hand. Mr. Vice President, our credit and investment outlook remains stable, as confirmed by external ratings, and forecasts continue to indicate sustained economic growth for years ahead. Our tourism industry has reached historic milestones, surpassing 11 million arrivals for the first time, reinforcing our position as a premier travel destination. Meanwhile, our financial service sector remains resilient, successfully navigating global regulatory changes while maintaining compliance with the highest standards. Over 10 billion in investments have been approved, signaling confidence in our economy. Notably, this includes groundbreaking projects on our family islands, driving development across our nation. With a series of promising initiatives that we have introduced as this administration, the Bahamas is achieving a level of success that many of our regional counterparts are still working towards, solidifying us as an economic force. Mr. Vice President, all I can say is I'm glad the people were able to see what is best for all of us when they elected the PLP. Yes. Mr. Vice President, every Sunday my family pools our resources and we have family dinner. And I feel like this Sunday that just passed, my mommy and aunts turned that into a post-Mother's Day celebration again. Because Rodney and Storple, 2 meets. I tell them, we have 2 meets in the Senate. Y'all had 15 meets at this day of the day. It was really good. But yeah, and so this happens in Black Village. But I can tell you that VAT on reduction on unprepared food items in the grocery store being reduced from 10 to 5% is a big deal, okay? It's a blessing to my family. I can't speak for who family else it has not been a blessing to, but it's definitely a blessing. This government continues to create policies that benefit us all. Now couple this with the earlier reduction of the overall VAT rate from 12 to 10% in January 2022, along with the previous cuts to customs duties on all various nutritious foods, options, and essential goods. Bahamians can see the benefits, as they don't only purchase 17 items when they go to the food store. They now have a discount on healthier items. Mr. Vice President, this administration policies strike a crucial balance between meeting our financial responsibilities and fiscal and providing much needed relief for Bahamian families. By lowering costs on essential items, we aim to ease the burden of inflation, positively influence consumer behavior, and support economic growth. Mr. Vice President, I listened to our colleagues in that other place, and I could only smile at some of the assertions being levied. And I could think of a quote I once read: "He who controls the narratives controls reality. To them, truth is not an absolute. It's a strategy, a piece to be moved on the chessboard of perception." Mr. Vice President, most Bahamians pay attention to the numbers. And in that other place, there was a back and forth over GDP growth rate. Now, please, I agree that positive growth is important, as I have said earlier in my contribution. But the tale of GDP growth rate and actual GDP numbers are related but tell a totally different story about the economy. So let me help you to understand, so we don't be swung by people who act for a living. GDP growth rate is the percentage change in GDP from one year to the next. So that's the only thing that it's talking about. It shows how fast the economy is expanding or contracting. For example, if the Bahamas GDP growth rate is 1.7 as projected, it means the economy is producing 1.7 more than only 2024. What is actual GDP numbers though? The thing that you could feel. This is the total value of goods and service produced in the country. It's measured in dollars and gives a snapshot of the economy. In 2024, the Bahamas nominal GDP was $14.1 billion. So how does this work together? Let's make sure we all understanding and on the same page and not in a different library like some of those other people. If the GDP growth rate is positive, the economy is expanding, they're meaning more jobs, we understand that. The actual number tells us the size of the economy, while the growth rate tells us how fast it's growing from year to year. So the formula is simple. GDP growth rate is GDP in the current period minus the previous period over the previous period. Mr. Vice President, so when people in that, I was going to go to the economics, I say, you know what, maybe not. Mr. Vice President, so when people in that other place state that a growth rate of 15.4% in 2021, ask them what the actual GDP number was. You would be shocked to find, as they was boasting, that it was only 11.37 billion. That is the lowest it has been, without counting COVID at 9.6 billion, since 2015, when it was 11.67. So what did they do? So yes, understand that when you hear 15.4, you're thinking, wow, those people must be did something. They wanted to table this. But real numbers don't lie. It was not until the PLP came into power and lowered VAT out the gate, not go on vacation, that we saw movement in real GDP numbers at 13.14 billion in 2022. Mr. Vice President, all I can say is I'm glad the people was able to see what was best for us all, and thankfully they voted for the PLP. So overall, Mr. Vice President, we can summarize these bills under 5 headings. Financial security and protection. That would be the banks and trust companies regulation to ensure stronger oversight on financial institutions, protecting families' savings and investment. Proceeds of crime also falls under this, which will strengthen anti-money laundering measures and reduce financial fraud and risk. 2, they fall under estate planning and wealth management. That would be the trustee amendment bill, which enhanced trust administration, and the registration of beneficial ownership, which increases transparency. 3, business growth and job creation. That would be the International Businesses Companies Amendment Bill, which modernizes corporate governance, and then the arbitration bill, which provides faster dispute resolution, helping families avoid costly legal battles. 4, community and social. Nonprofit amendment bill falls underneath this that ensures charities operate efficiently, helping families to receive proper assistance. And the executive entities bill falls here as well, which streamlines governance. And last, 5, everyday financial transactions, which is the Financial Transaction Reporting Amendment Bill, which improves transparency, ensuring families receive fair treatment. Mr. Vice President, now for a brief overview of some of these bills that I have to bring up because some in this chamber, as recently as today, say they don't benefit me or you. But let me give you a few examples of how. Arbitration, the person who, anyway, the arbitration bill, for example, if local businesses have a dispute with a supplier, they can now resolve it quickly and affordably through arbitration instead of lengthy court battles. They're saving money. That's true. And they could also come to Senator Randy Roll. The nonprofit amendment bill, extremely important. I really wish we had this in 2020. Then some of the things might not go on awry as the way they did. For example, clearer regulations to protect donors and beneficiaries, ensuring the charitable contribution reach those in need instead of pockets to greed. Yes. These amendments, so for example, a local charity providing food assistance without better oversight, ensuring donations are used effectively for Bahamians in need. A relief organization like the BRC that assists after hurricanes will avoid delays in assessing resources, ensuring timely support for those affected. In conclusion, Mr. Vice President, these amendments are not just legal formalities. They are commitments to a stronger, more transparent, and more prosperous Bahamas. By passing these bills, we affirm our dedication to financial integrity, economic growth, and the well-being of all Bahamians. Mr. Vice President, these bills, like the Progressive Liberal Party, offer progress, promotion, and prosperity for all our people. So let us move forward with confidence, knowing that these reforms will shape a brighter future for our nation. The people placed us in power to promote their well-being, and we have done that and will continue to do so with this type of legislation. So, Mr. Vice President, I will say it again for the last time. Thankfully, the people voted for the PLP. Mr. Vice President, again, I support these bills, and may God bless this august body, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Senator. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Kirkland Russell.
Good day, man. Let's go, Cookie. I ain't making no trouble today. Good morning, Mr. Vice President. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Bahamas. Good afternoon. Mr. Vice President, I myself would just like to extend a happy belated Mother's Day to all mothers across the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, especially those mothers in Grand Bahama, where we would have had 5 joyous occasions with the partnering with the urban renewal, 1 with the police. Senator Turner, I think, attended 2 of those events, where we really celebrated our mothers in Grand Bahama. And so, happy Mother's Day. Mr. Vice President, I'm truly thankful to Almighty God for all his many blessings. He has blessed me with all I need, and has clothed me in my right mind, and has given me the strength to stand in this honored place to announce good news to the people of this great country. Once again, I wish to thank our distinguished Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, the Honorable Philip Edward Davis Casey, for this opportunity to serve in this New Day government. Mr. Vice President, with your leave, before I begin my contribution, I wish to extend sincere condolences to Mr. Charles Williams and family. He buried his son Kermit on Saturday. Condolences are also extended to Ms. Pat Neely, the Neely family, who buried PLP Starboard Councilor Ardis Neely this past Saturday. I wish to extend condolences to matriarch Ms. Drusilla Russell and family, who will lay her daughter Patricia to rest this upcoming Saturday. Finally, I wish to offer condolences to the family of former Senator, the Honorable J. Henry Boswick, as well as former Senator, the Honorable Rodney Munker, both men leaving a lasting and strong legacy in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. May their souls rest in peace and rise in glory. Mr. Vice President, as I seek to make my contribution on this debate on the Financial Services Compendium of Bills 2025, I wish to begin by congratulating our very own Honorable Senator and Minister of Financial Services, Senator Honorable Michael Alcides, as well as Attorney General Senator Honorable Ryan Pinder, for their outstanding work, as well as their team of hard-working Bahamian technocrats. Mr. Vice President, under this administration, the goal is to offer the best opportunity for investment in the world and making it happen with Bahamian professionals leading the way. We still have many more roads to travel and lots more work to be done on behalf of the Bahamian people. But there's no doubt our nation is indisputably moving in the right direction, and the sad stories of doom and gloom are almost 4 years behind us. Mr. Vice President, the Bahamian public should know that the EU removed us from their blacklist, and it is also a fact that France has followed suit. Mr. Prime Minister last week in the other place said that under his administration's watch, the Bahamas became just the 6th country in the world to achieve largely compliant status with all 40 Financial Action Task Force recommendations. The Office of the Attorney General, in a statement during the month of December last year, noted that with this rating, the Bahamas has become only the 2nd jurisdiction in the Caribbean, South and North American regions to attain such a standing. All this heavy lifting is happening simultaneously while the government has reduced VAT on all items and services from 12 to 10% and from 10 to 5% on all non-prepared food, while reducing unemployment, while growing the tourism industry to record numbers, while strengthening public service and conducting the first cross-the-board promotional exercise in over a decade, while increasing minimum wage, while upgrading and or building new clinics and airports across the archipelago. Mr. Vice President, when we came to office, our economy was on the brink of collapse. Many Bahamian-owned businesses had closed, and what wasn't closed were on life support, mostly caused by the draconian lockdowns and poor decisions of the Minister administration. This brave administration quickly got the economy back on its track and accelerated efforts to get Bahamian working and rapidly grow the economy. All signs regarding the growth of the economy indicate that the Bahamas economy is outperforming international projections. For example, While international agencies had projected growth rates between 1.5 and 2% for 2024, the actual figures from the Bahamas National Statistical Institute indicate real GDP growth of 3.4 for 2024. This is happening because of strong, focused leadership, as well as the Bahamian people trusting and buying into the vision. Owing to this administration's sound decision-making and data-driven policies, this formula is dispelling all mischievous talk that we are benefiting from good luck or some magical post-COVID momentum. It is hard work. It is the hard work of this government that is causing these positive changes in this country. Mr. Vice President, right here, I'll talk about some of the positive things happening in Grand Bahama as it relates to the current state of the economy. Grand Bahama has been battered and bruised by some of Mother Nature's most powerful storm in modern history. We have suffered from COVID-19, which was compounded by the many poor decisions made by the Menace administration. This administration knew coming into office that Grand Bahama was a place where some of the most resilient Bahamians live. And we knew that all Grand Bahama needed was a few major signature attractions and destinations to stimulate the economy. Sitting there was the Carnival proposed development. Today, 3 years to the date following the groundbreaking ceremony, Celebration Key, with more than $500 million of investment, boasting a cruise pier designed to accommodate up to 4 XL class ships, will open its doors on this July 1st. With the full support of the government, Celebration Key has already hired and has begun training more than 700 Bahamian staff, with an additional 400 to be hired. Today. This project will boost tourism arrivals to Grand Bahama to over 1.4 million by the end of this year, 2.3 million by the end of 2026, and 3.3 million by 2027, making this the largest project by Carnival anywhere in the world. Grand Bahama Shipyard is well on the way with its $600 million expansion. Hundreds of young Bahamians are expected to receive decent employment at the facility, while it is anticipated that dozens of entrepreneurial opportunity will be available for Bahamians. The Downtown Revitalization Project has created a real sense of optimism among the residents of Grand Bahama, with the development and opening of the first phase of the University of the Bahamas Northern Campus and the second phase humming along swiftly. The redevelopment of the Wynn and Grand Union building, as well as the refurbishment of the farmers market, has breathed new life into downtown, which was totally dead, basically shut down for more than 14 years. Royal Caribbean ITM Group and MSC are soon to embark on an $80 million cruise port and water park project at the Freeport Harbor. This will be phase one of the developments of these entities, with more to come. Other investment in Grand Bahama are the Eden Resort, which is expected to pour into that economy some $300 million. This is an eco-friendly resort. Then there's the Six Senses Resort Development Project. All of that, Mr. Vice President, Bahamian, and more is happening now under this brave Davis administration. I must remind the people of Grand Bahama, though, that in the last administration, The FNM had 5 members of parliament, inclusive of 4 ministers, a governor general, the president of the Senate. And what they got? Nothing. Mr. Vice President, right about here, I want to talk a little bit about what transpired on Thursday, May 15, 2025. It was approximately 3 p.m. when Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Edward Brave Davis QC, officially announced that the Grand Lucayan Resort was sold. He said, finally, you, the people of Grand Bahama, will have the development partners you deserve. Partners committed to serious long-term investments. Partners who understand that this island's success depends on people being central to progress rather than spectators to it. The Grand Lucayan redevelopment is very ambitious, and rightfully so. At the heart of this redevelopment is an integrated resort village that will create jobs, restore confidence, and give Grand Bahama the momentum it deserves. Mr. Vice President, he went on to say that means 3 new hotel buildings, a full-scale cruise resort, a revitalized 25,000 square foot casino, a Greg Norman designed golf course, and may I add that the golfing legend was there himself in person to speak, and he spoke. And he spoke, you were there, Mr. Randy Roll, and he spoke about Greg Norman, the professional golfer, the Shark, one of the most winningest golfers in history. He was there. And he ain't goes. And he was there to speak about his partnership and excitement about the project. There will also be overwater cabanas, beach clubs,
Senators, let's allow
water
Senator
sports,
Russell the floor.
retail spaces, restaurants, music venues, a 16-slip mega yacht marina.
Senator Russell, one moment.
Don't get distracted. No, you don't get distracted.
Mr. Vice President, I understand what's happening. I truly understand what's happening. They didn't know all of this was in the deal. And so now they concerned that they weren't there and they didn't get invitation. But every parliamentarian was invited to this big deal event.
You afraid of any ghosts?
No.
We ain't afraid of any ghosts. Be brave.
Miss,
When you're brave, you don't have to worry.
see ya. See ya. See ya.
I tell the camera, we ain't afraid of no
See ya.
ghosts. Be sure.
See ya. See ya. See the invitation? See the invitation? You got one. You got one. We'll send you the video. Mr. Vice President, this is a $827 million investment. And perhaps just as important, this investment has the kind of power to shift the local economy, create opportunities at every level, and change lives for the better. Mr. Vice President, colleagues and Bahamians under the sound of my voice, hear this. More than 1,300 jobs will be created for Bahamians during construction, and 1,750 permanent jobs. 1,750 permanent jobs when the development is fully up and running. This is indeed a big deal. Thousands of Bahamians will have an opportunity to earn, to grow, and to build a future for themselves and their families right at home. Kakambako. That is important at this time. That is important at this time, Mr. Vice President, because far too many Grand Bahamian families are split. Mothers working on one island while fathers working on the other, just trying to make ends meet. At last, Grand Bahamians will have the real opportunity to come back home. Mr. Vice President, the heads of agreements obtain the kind of language that clearly puts Bahamians first, outlining that Bahamians must occupy at minimum 80% of the jobs. And in the words of PM Davis, that's not a condition, it's a conviction. Mr. Vice President, you should know that while this auspicious event was going on, Bahamians and residents from every sector were present. Even COIMP Iram Lewis was in attendance. But all you look, you couldn't find one Mr. Jerry Roker, no place in town. I guess he couldn't take the good news. Mr. Vice President, this administration has a vision for the island of Grand Bahama that connects the people to the industry and the industry to proper infrastructure. I am happy to report that the $120 million healthcare campus hospital is well on the way, and the first phase is scheduled to open next year. And finally, PM Davis announced that the government is moving ahead with a new modern airport that matches the scale of Grand Bahama's ambition, able to attract more carriers, handle more capacity, and offer visitors a first impression that reflects the quality of what this island will have to offer. Mr. Vice President, knowing that the Honorable Prime Minister don't like talking until he has the deal completed and in his hand, I am confident that the airport deal is closer to done than it is to medium well. Mr. Vice President, I am so happy for my brothers and sisters. I know that's going. Mr. Vice President, I am so happy for my brothers and sisters in Grand Bahama. The administration promised in its blueprint to get the hotel sold and sold to a developer who would guarantee a resort that was in line with creating a product that would make Grand Bahama grand again. Based on the heads of agreement, we have the deal. Mr. Vice President, I strongly suggest that my people begin preparing themselves for the wonderful opportunities that lies ahead. This is indeed Grand Bahama's time. Mr. Vice President, it is my pleasure to support these companion of bills. May God continue to bless this government. May God continue to bless the people of Grand Bahama. And may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Tyrell Young.
Good afternoon, all. And I would also like to say a special belated Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers of the Bahamas, but especially to my wife, the mother of our kids, and also to my mother, also to my grandmother, my sisters, and my aunts. Happy belated Mother's Day. I am forever grateful for everything you do. You are indeed the heart of our families. So today, Mr. Vice President, the financial services sector is a cornerstone of the Bahamas economy, contributing significantly to its stability and its growth. With hundreds of highly skilled professionals dedicated to maintaining excellence in banking, trust services, investment management, and regulatory compliance, the Bahamas has earned a reputation as a secure and well-regulated jurisdiction for financial assets. And financial assets. It is strongly, it's strongly legal, its strong legal financial framework is committed to transparency and adherence to the international financial standards, make it a trusted destination for investors worldwide. The collective efforts of the industry experts ensure that the Bahamas remains a competitive financial hub. Our Attorney General just mentioned that earlier in his contribution, that we are, if not the region and one of the world leaders, we are very, very close in the top numbers. Mr. Vice President, as this government continues to strengthen the Bahamas financially, we are creating more jobs to support this goal. The Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources has launched the Coconut 360 project and the Agri-Village project. Let's dive a bit into how agriculture ties in to the Bahamas economy. These initiatives promote entrepreneurship, generate employment for Bahamians, and provide visitors with an immersive cultural experience. Now, the Coconut 360 project showcases the versatility of coconuts, fostering business opportunities. Meanwhile, the Agri-Village project establishes agricultural hubs, encouraging local farming, innovation, and economic growth. Though these projects, we are building a strong, more prosperous Bahamas. Mr. Vice President, take note. The Coconut 360 initiative in the Bahamas integrates health, entrepreneurship, and sustainability, using local coconuts to reduce waste while creating economic opportunities for Bahamians. So far, 10 solar-powered vending booths have been installed with a goal of 16 for the initial tranche. Vendors receive food safety training, licensing support, with 4 vendors set already to finalize contracts. The booths are, my fellow colleague, Mr. Roll, we are spreading the economic wealth throughout the entire Bahamas. Yes, sir. So this is not a Nassau-centric project or initiative. This will spread throughout the Family Islands from the north to the deep south. Yes, sir. The March 20th All Things Coconut Festival in Rawson Square marked a successful launch, with vendors selling out and strong interest in making the event an annual event. The initiative's government-backed collaboration ensures sustainable growth and long-term impact. The Agri-Village initiative is a bold step towards sustainable agriculture, economic empowerment, and educational enrichment in the Bahamas by integrating advanced techniques like vertical farming and greenhouse operation within the agri-park. It offers both locals and tourists a first-hand look at modern food production, meanwhile connecting farmers and artisans directly with consumers and strengthening the local economy. The expansion to other islands, Senator Roll, focusing on agriculture parks, ensuring a widespread impact, bringing innovation and opportunity to communities beyond Nassau. With construction set to begin soon, the establishment of crucial infrastructure such as security booths, restrooms, and greenhouses marks an exciting new phase in this venture. The upcoming harvest of leafy greens, bananas, herbs will be pivotal, not only demonstrating the success of the project, but also helping farmers secure valuable contracts with wholesalers. This is one of the key features of what our Prime Minister and our Minister is focusing on moving forward to diversify and strengthen the agriculture sector, pairing farmers and producers with wholesalers to enter into contracts where these farmers will be paid for a crop before they even enter the ground. That's how powerful this is. You have major hotels and wholesalers who are willing and ready to go into agreement with these producers and these farmers to ensure that their shelves stay stocked and Bahamians eat healthy food. The Executive Amenities Amendment Bill 2025 is important as it seeks to strengthen the regulatory framework for executive entities in the Bahamas. The Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Amendment Bill 2025 focuses on modernizing the legal and regulatory environment for trust companies and related entities, particularly concerning the balance between transparency and client privacy. Executive Entities Bill 2025, 1. Enhance regulatory oversight. The amendment places executive entities under the direct supervision of the Central Bank of the Bahamas. Previously, oversight was managed by licensed agents, but now the Central Bank will have regulatory authority, ensuring greater accountability. This change reinforces the governance within financial institutions and trust structures. Impact on trust and other services. Executive entities have traditionally been used for estate planning, succession strategies, and asset protection. Within this amendment, financial institutions and legal professionals must reassess compliance protocols and ensure alignment with the new regulations. Compliance and transparency requirements. The new framework aligns with international financial regulatory regulations, ensuring the Bahamas remains a reputable financial hub. Executive entities must now adhere to stricter reporting and disclosure standards, reinforcing transparency while maintaining privacy, like the AG mentioned earlier, and safeguards. Institutions dealing with executive entities must adapt their operational and processes to comply with updated guidelines. Introducing a qualified executive entity, what they call a QEES. A qualified executive entity is a new category that meets specific regulatory criteria. The QEEs are exempt from full licensing requirements provided they appoint a registered representative to oversee compliances. This structure offers flexibility for trust companies while maintaining regulatory integrity. The amendments enforce anti-money laundering and combating the financing of terrorism regulations, ensuring global compliance. Trust companies and financial services providers must implement stronger client verification and transaction monitoring procedures. The updates align the Bahamas with international financial standards, protecting its reputation as a trusted jurisdiction. Mr. Vice President, The impact on the Bahamas financial sector as a result of these amendments are as follows. These amendments modernize the regulatory framework, reinforcing the Bahamas' credibility in its financial services. They strengthen oversight, ensuring compliance with international standards, and preserve client privacy protections. Institutions must update governance structures and align with new compliance protocols to remain competitive. And Mr. Vice President, the Arbitration Amendment Act 2025 marks a significant development for the Bahamas, the legal and financial sectors. It expands the Arbitration Act, Chapter 180, to include trust arbitration, a crucial step for efficiently resolving trust-related disputes, particularly important for the country's financial services industry. This amendment enhances alternative dispute resolution, offering cost-effective and efficient way of businesses, investors to settle conflicts outside of court. By strengthening arbitration, it bolsters key industries like financial services and maritime trade, both vital to the Bahamian economy. Additionally, it creates new opportunities for local attorneys, accountants, and professionals, further growing the arbitration sector. Mr. Vice President, the International Business Companies Amendment Bill 2025 is a pivotal legislative update for the Bahamas. It brings the country's laws in line with Financial Act Task Force Recommendations 24, which aims to prevent the misuse of nominee arrangements for illicit activities. The key highlights of this bill includes alignment with the Register of Beneficial Ownership Act 2018, ensuring consistency across related regulations. The prohibition of nominee directors, preventing individuals from holding direct positions under arrangements that allow external control. Transitional provisions, offering companies time to comply with the new regulations. By reinforcing transparency and accountability, these amendments help safeguard the Bahamas' financial integrity and maintain its reputation as a compliant international business hub. Mr. Vice President, the Nonprofit Organizations Amendment Bill 2025 plays a crucial role in enhancing the regulatory framework for NPOs in the Bahamas. It updates the definition of the registrar, ensuring clarity in the establishment of functions of the office. Additionally, it strengthens compliance. Strengthens compliance in this regime, addressing concerns raised by the Financial Action Task Force regarding potential risk associated with NPOs. By improving oversight and transparency, this amendment helps protect NPOs from misuse while ensuring they continue to contribute positively to society and the economy. Mr. Vice President, I fully support these bills and these amendments as they represent progress, fairness, and positive change. Their passage will strengthen our institutions and improve lives. Mr. Vice President, let's move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Darren Pickstock.
Good afternoon, Senate colleagues. Mr. Vice President, before I dive into the financial services bills, I would like to just do a few housekeeping matters. First, Mr. Vice President, I'd like to join my Senate colleagues in expressing their condolences. First to the Right Honorable J. Henry Bostwick. Mr. Vice President, Mr. Bostwick stands as stood as a towering figure in our community, and certainly his name would forever be etched in the legal and political history of the Bahamas. He was the first president of the Senate, a brilliant legal mind, and a principled patriot. He helped shape this chamber with integrity and courage, always speaking truth to power. Beyond politics, he mentored many and embodied the values of fairness and service. And Mr. Vice President, you are a testament to that. We thank his family for sharing him with this nation and commit to upholding the legacy he left behind. May his soul rest in peace, and may his memory continue to inspire us all. I would also like to extend condolences to Mr. Rodney Monker. Again, as was expressed in this chamber, he was a fearless advocate, unapologetic voice for the people, and a man of deep, deep conviction. Whether in activism, public commentary, or his service as a senator, Rodney always spoke his truth and stood up for the marginalized. He challenged us, made us think, and reminded us of the importance of free expression in democratic society. We extend condolences to his family and loved ones. May his soul also rest in peace. And Mr. Vice President, I would also like to again extend my condolences to Mr. Artis Neely. I had the privilege of attending his funeral in West End, Grand Bahama this weekend. And I would also like to, pay my respects to him. A man of quiet strength, deep kindness, Mr. Vice President, and many can attest to his kindness and unwavering loyalty to his community and his family. He lived with dignity, and behind he left a legacy of love and service. I would like to extend my condolences to my director, Kurt Neely, his father, and Mr. Artis Neely, he was, and the entire Neely family. We extend our heartfelt condolences. May you find peace in his memory and strength in his faith, because he left a legacy of kindness. Mr. Vice President, I would also like to congratulate Senator Ronald Duncan and the Next Gen program for doing a splendid job with contributing positively to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas through his program. And I encourage anyone that can lend a hand, whether it's in mentorship, financially or otherwise, to please lend a hand to this program. It is a real program, and it is making real impact. Thank you, Senator Duncan. Mr. Vice President, I rise today in full support of this important compendium of financial services bills. I would like to say thank you to the AG, and I will not go through those bills because I think the AG has done a splendid job in explaining the importance of the bills. But collectively, these legislative instruments reflect our government's unyielding commitment to financial integrity, compliance, and global standards, and the continued evolution of the Bahamas as a world-class, modern, and competitive financial jurisdiction. But, Mr. Vice President, we cannot examine these measures in isolation. They must be viewed within the broader context of this government's bold economic vision and its disciplined execution of national development strategy. Let the record show the Bahamian economy is stronger today than at any other time in our nation's history. According to the Bahamas National Statistical Institute, our real GDP stood at 14.1 billion in 2024. That's not just a number. That is the largest our economy has ever been. $1.5 billion higher than our pre-pandemic levels in 2019. We are told by international forecasters to expect GDP growth between 1.5 and 2.4%. But under this Philip Brave Davis administration, we achieved 3.4% real GDP growth in 2024. That is not luck. That is leadership. That is discipline. That's strategy. And that's execution. More than $6 billion in new foreign direct investment has been secured under these 3 years of the Davis administration. Our minimum wage increased from $210 to $260 per week, putting more money in the pockets of working Bahamians. Unemployment dropped to 7.6% nationally from double digits levels under the FNM. Standards and Poor and Moody's have both affirmed stable economic outlooks for the Bahamas, citing strong rebound and sound fiscal management. Minister of Economics, to the Senator, the Honorable Michael Alcides, we appreciate your management and we say thank you very much for all you're doing. Tourism arrivals in 2024 hit a record 9.6 million visitors, with stopover visitors up 17% over pre-pandemic levels. Revenue collection has exceeded projections, reducing the deficit and restoring investor confidence. We are seeing this economic momentum expressed through new hotels, new marinas, housing developments, tech startups, infrastructure upgrades, and growing interest in renewable energy, biotech, and digital assets. This is not theory, my friends. This is performance. These are the results of a government that governs. We are expanding opportunity. Youth employment program launched. $250 million in government contracts to small Bahamian businesses. Entrepreneurship support through the SBDC, which has funded over 1,300 businesses, Mr. Vice President. The amendments and these support and achievements, Mr. Vice President, as I said, reflects a government that governs. Mr. Vice President, the amendments before this honorable chamber today is part of a targeted effort to safeguard the integrity of our financial services sector, to comply with international agencies, and to protect our international reputation. Each of these bills strengthens due diligence and KYC protocols, modernizes corporate and trust administration, enhances transparency around beneficial ownership, and boosts oversight of nonprofit sector critical in the fight against money laundering and terrorist financing. Together, they are a statement to the world. The Bahamas is serious about compliance. The Bahamas is a trusted jurisdiction. The Bahamas is open for business on sound legal footing, Mr. Vice President. Beyond financial services, we are seeing record levels of foreign direct investment, especially, as I said, in tourism, agriculture, Mr. Vice President, and the blue economy, digital assets, all of the above. We are witnessing a widespread infrastructural development, including roadworks and utility upgrades throughout New Providence and the Family Islands, school and clinic renovations in Family Islands, airport developments in Grand Bahama and throughout the Bahamas, and expanded housing initiatives for working families. Underpinning all of this is our commitment to fiscal responsibility. We've reduced the deficit, grown revenue, and remain within sustainable borrowing limits, a fact noted by credit rating agencies and investors alike. Mr. Vice President, I now turn to the Grand Lucayan heads of agreement signing. Let me speak specifically now to Grand Bahama, like my other colleagues have done, a jewel in our national crown that has too long waited for an economic breakthrough. This month, the government signed a transformative heads of agreement with Concord Wilshire, a respected US-based developer, for the sale and redevelopment of the Grand Lucayan Resort. Last week, the leader of the party opposite, whether he realized it or not, surrendered his party to a most certain defeat in Grand Bahama at the general election polls, and quite rightfully to the second term of the Davis administration PLP New Day government. This is not just another transaction, was not just another transaction. This was a turning point for Grand Bahama, a catalyst, a real plan with real timelines and real funding. It was a moment of renewed hope for the people of Grand Bahama, a moment of pride, a signal that their time has come. The magic is coming back. Mr. Vice President, do you know who wasn't there? The F&M. Not a single senator, not a single F&M MP, not one of them. Not even. Not even the leader of the Free National Movement, who is a current sitting member of Parliament for Marco City and a resident of the island, Mr. Vice President. Not a single F&M member of Parliament. Not one of them stood with the people of Grand Bahama. Their absence, Mr. Vice President, spoke volumes. It said, we have nothing to say. It said, we're not interested in your future. And it confirmed what many Grand Bahamians already feel, Mr. Vice President, when it comes to leadership. The F&M is missing in action. Mr. Vice President, this was not just a PLP moment. It was a Grand Bahamian moment, Mr. Vice President. I repeat, this was not just a PLP moment. This was a Grand Bahamian moment. Their absence was not just political. It was shameful. It was a slap in the face to every Grand Bahamian who has suffered through the years of economic uncertainty, hotel closures, and broken promises, many of which the F&M themselves made and failed to keep. They said jobs were coming, they never came. They left Grand Bahama in the holding pattern of uncertainty and economic decline. And now, when a real deal is finally signed, when hope returns, when Grand Bahamians are finally seeing light at the end of the tunnel, the F&M cannot even bother to show up.
Point of order.
Senator Ruben Raming. What is the point of order?
Yeah, the point of order is misleading when he made statement as to, finally, if I correct, a real deal. Well, if the deal that the F&M had on the table wasn't real, then the deal that the PLP canceled must have been an imagination. And you wouldn't have to cancel anything. So there was a real deal that was canceled, and there's another deal on the table. That's my point of order.
Okay, thank you.
Vice
Please
President,
continue.
Yes, thank you very much.
It doesn't matter.
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Vice President, they couldn't even bother to show up.
Senator Picksock has the floor.
They couldn't even bother to show up, Mr. Vice President. That is not just disrespect. That is a dereliction of duty. Leadership requires showing up, especially in moments that matter. The FNM didn't just miss the moment. They proved yet again that they are unfit to lead this country. By not turning up, the leader of the party opposite told the country his party will scuttle this Grand Bahama development plan for Freeport Grand Bahama and the rebirth of our Lucaya Hotel Marina Casino and Golf Course. He told it by his absence. The leader of the opposition leaves no doubt of his intentions. First, by his absence, and secondly, by the repeated cynicism and propaganda he and his party continue to heap on this investment. The choice for the people of Grand Bahama comes down to this: move forward with Brave and the PLP on General Election Day for the grand redevelopment of our Lucaya and the tourism industry of your island, or move backwards with Pintard and the FNM. Take your chances with a party which has shown its contempt for this investment by turning up and send Grand Bahama from the city in Freeport to West End to the East End, spiraling down the tunnel of FNM wreckage. The leader of the FNM, whether he realizes it or not, his absence last week to support this deal and the people of Grand Bahama has crushed his party and fizzled any other message he may wish to bring. The choice is clear: Brave for growth or Pintard for no show. I said the choice is clear: Brave for growth or Pintard for no show. The choice is clear. Mr. Vice President, this compendium of bills and the broader economic progress surrounding them reminds us that governance is not about press releases and cheap criticism. It is about action. It is about vision. More importantly, it is about results. In conclusion, this financial services bill package is part of a larger story, a story of national recovery, of record growth, and of visionary leadership. Our government is delivering growth, jobs, investment, and hope, Mr. Vice President. We are modernizing our laws, empowering our people, and restoring trust in governance. Meanwhile, the FNM continues to recycle old cynicism and criticism with no new ideas, and when the cameras are off, they are nowhere to be found. This is the difference between leadership and absence, between vision and void, between the PLP and the FNM. I fully support these amendments and commend the Davis administration for its performance. The Bahamas is back on track and moving forward. I support all the bills before the Senate today.
Thank you, Senator. As many,
For the wrap up, please.
the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Ryan Pinder for the wrap up.
I want to thank you, Mr. Vice President. I want to thank our colleagues for what I thought was an enthusiastic debate. Clearly, there is unanimity on the bills we present today, as there were no real questions asked on them. So I assume that everybody was okay with them. And any of the other questions unrelated to the bills clearly were answered in a very eloquent way by a plethora of the senators from the government side. And so no need to rehash that. The only thing I want to say, Mr. Vice President, is when I made the point in my communication that the government, who is clearly the superior administration in the support of the financial services industry, was the PLP government, and I rattled off a litany of our accomplishments. I just want the Bahamian people to know, and especially those in the financial services to know, that proof is in the pudding. We sit around here with a full complement of government senators in support of this compendium of bills. there is only one member of the opposition who felt it necessary to stay towards the end to debate and pass these bills that are important for the industry. I commend her for being here, but I condemn the opposition for their absence and their clear disregard, as they have shown when they are in government, for the financial services industry of the country. Having said that, Mr. Vice President, I so move for second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Executive Entities Act to provide for the regulation of certain executive entities by the Central Bank of the Bahamas and for matters incidental thereto. And as we had come to an agreement, this would be for the full compendium of the financial services bills I had mentioned in the beginning of my communication. Thank you.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Executive Entities Act to provide for the regulation of certain executive entities by the Central Bank of the Bahamas and for matters incidental thereto. As many are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those who are opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Executive Entities Act to provide for the regulation of certain executive entities by the Central Bank of the Bahamas and for matters incidental thereto.
For the second reading of bills,
Yes, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act to provide for the regulation of executive entities by the Central Bank of the Bahamas and for matters incidental thereto.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act to provide for the regulation of executive entities by the Central Bank of the Bahamas and for matters incidental thereto. As many are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act to provide for the regulation of executive entities by the Central Bank of the Bahamas and for matters incidental thereto.
For the second reading of bills,
Mr. Vice President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Trustee Act.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Trustee Act. As many are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Trustee Act.
For the second reading of bills,
Mr. Vice President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Bank and Trust Companies Regulation Act. This is the Bank and Trust Companies Regulation Amendment Number 2 Bill 2025.
is there a seconder?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act, Amendment Number 2 Bill 2025. As many are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act.
For the second reading of bills,
Yes, Mr. Vice President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Financial Transactions Reporting Act.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Financial Transactions Reporting Act, Number 5 of 2018. As many are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Financial Transaction Reporting Act, Number 5 of 2018.
For the second reading of bills,
Mr. Vice President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Arbitration Act.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Arbitration Act. As many are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who are opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Arbitration Act.
For the second reading of bills,
Mr. Vice President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Companies Act.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Companies Act, Chapter 308. As many are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who are opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Companies Act, Chapter 308.
For the second reading of bills,
Mr. Vice President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Non-Profit Organizations Act, number 25 of 2019.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Non-Profit Organizations Act, number 25 of 2019. As many are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who are opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Non-Profit Organizations Act, number 25 of 2019.
For the second reading of bills,
Mr. Vice President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Register of Beneficial Ownership Act, number 38 of 2018.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Register of Beneficial Ownership Act, number 38 of 2018. As many are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who are opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Register of Beneficial Ownership Act, number 38 of 2018.
For the second reading of bills,
Mr. Vice President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the International Business Companies Act, Chapter 309.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the International Business Companies Act, Chapter 309. As many are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who are opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the International Business Companies Act, Chapter 309.
For the second reading of bills,
Mr. Vice President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, number 4 of 2018.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, number 4 of 2018. As many are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who are opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 4, number 4 of 2018.
For the second reading of bills,
And none, Mr. Vice President.
Committee of the Whole,
Mr. Vice President, I move that the Senate do now resolve itself into a committee of the whole with Senator Darren Pickstock in the chair.
is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the Senate do now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with Senator Darren Pickstock as chairman of the committee. As many are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who are opposed say nay. The motion is carried. The Senate will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with Senator Darren Pickstock as chairman of the committee.
Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to amend the Executive Entities Act to provide for the regulation of certain executive entities by the Central Bank of the Bahamas and for connected purposes, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be now agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be agreed in its entirety. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we now move to a bill for an act to amend the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act to provide for the regulation of executive entities by the Central Bank of the Bahamas and for matters incidental thereto. Mr. Chairman, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that sections 2 through 6 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 6 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The short title of the bill is agreed. Sorry, clauses 2 through 6 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill now be agreed in its entirety. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we now move to the trustee amendment bill. And so, with respect to a bill for an act to amend the trustee act, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move now that clauses 2 through 5 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 5 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Clauses 2 through 5 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill now be agreed in its entirety. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We now move to a bill for an act to amend the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act, which is the Bank and Trust Companies Regulation Amendment Number 2, Bill 2025. So I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that clauses 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Clauses 2 and 3 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill now be agreed in its entirety. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We now move to a bill for an act to amend the Financial Transactions Reporting Act, Number 5 of 2018. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill now be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that clauses 2 through 5 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 5 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Clauses 2 through 5 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill now be agreed in its entirety. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We now move to a bill for an act to amend the Arbitration Act. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that clauses 2 through 24 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 24 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Clauses 2 through 24 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be agreed, that the bill now be agreed in its entirety. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move to a bill for an act to amend the Companies Act, Chapter 308, and I move that the long title of this bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The long title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move now that clauses 2 through 4 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 4 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Clauses 2 through 4 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill now be agreed in its entirety. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We now move to a bill for an act to amend the Non-Profit Organizations Act, number 25 of 2019, and I move that the long title of this bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The long title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that clauses 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Clauses 2 and 3 is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill now be agreed in its entirety. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We now move to a bill for an act to amend the Register of Beneficial Ownership Act, number 38 of 2018, and I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The long title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that clauses 2, 3, and 4 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2, 3, and 4 be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Clauses 2, 3, and 4 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
It has been moved and
Second.
seconded that the bill be agreed in its entirety. As many as are in favor say aye. Those
Aye.
opposed say nay. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We now move to a bill for an act to amend the International Business Companies Act, Chapter 309, and I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The long title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that clauses 2, 3, and 4 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2, 3, and 4 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Clauses 2, 3, and 4 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
It has been
Second.
moved and seconded that the bill now be agreed in its entirety. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we now move to a bill for an act to amend the Proceeds of Crime Act Number 4 of 2018, and I move that the long title of this bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The long title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that clauses 2 through 6 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 6 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Clauses 2 through 6 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be agreed in its entirety. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I now move that the Vice President do take the chair.
Yes.
Second.
As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The Vice President will now take the chair. Vice President, I beg you to report that the committee has gone through the bills and there being no amendments made to the same.
Honorable Senators, Senator Darren Pickstock, Chairman of the Committee of the Whole, has reported that the committee has examined each bill, having made no amendments to any of the bills. Third reading and passing of bills.
Mr. Vice President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Executive Entities Act to provide for the regulation of certain executive entities by the Central Bank of the Bahamas and for matters incidental thereto.
Second. Seconder. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, say nay. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Executive Entities Act to provide for the regulation of certain executive entities by the Central Bank of the Bahamas and for matters incidental thereto.
Ordered that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Executive Entities Amendment Act 2025. For the third reading of bills,
Mr. Vice President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act to provide for the regulation of executive entities by the Central Bank of the Bahamas and for matters incidental thereto.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the bill be read a third time and passed. As many are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who are opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act to provide for the regulation of executive entities by the Central Bank of the Bahamas and for matters incidental thereto.
Ordered that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Amendment Act 2025. For the third reading and passing of bills,
Yes, Mr. Vice President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Trustee Act.
is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the bill be read a third time and passed. As many are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who are opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Trustee Act.
Ordered that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Trustee Amendment Act 2025. For the third reading of bills,
Yes, Mr. Vice President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act. This is the Bank and Trust Companies Regulation Amendment Number 2, Bill 2025.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the bill be read a third time and passed. As many are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act.
Ordered that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Amendment Number 2 Act 2025. For the third reading of bills,
Yes, Mr. Vice President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Financial Transactions Reporting Act Number 5 of 2018.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many are in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Ordered that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Financial Transaction Reporting Act Number 5 of 2018.
Ordered that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Financial Transactions Reporting Amendment Act 2025. For the third reading of bills,
Yes, Mr. Vice President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Arbitration Act.
is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the bill be read a third time and passed. As many are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Arbitration Act.
Ordered that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Arbitration Amendment Act 2025. For the third reading of bills,
Yes, Mr. Vice President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Companies Act, Chapter 308.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the bill be read a third time and passed. As many are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Companies Act, Chapter 308.
Ordered that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Companies Amendment Act 2025. For the third reading of bills,
Yes, Mr. Vice President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Number 25 of 2019.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the bill be read a third time and passed. As many are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Non-Profit Organizations Act number 25 of 2019.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Non-Profit Organizations Amendment Act 2025. Further third reading of bills.
Yes, Mr. Vice President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Register of Beneficial Ownership Act, number 38 of 2018.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be read a third time and passed. As many are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The ayes have it. Ordered that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Register of Beneficial Ownership Act number 38 of 2018.
Ordered that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Register of Beneficial Ownership Amendment Act 2025. Further third reading of bills.
Yes, Mr. Vice President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the International Business Companies Act, Chapter 309.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be read a third time and passed. As many are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the International Business Companies Act, Chapter 309.
Ordered that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be International Business Companies Amendment Act 2025. Further third reading of bills.
Yes, Mr. Vice President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, number 4 of 2018.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be read a third time and passed. As many are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who are opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Proceeds of Crime Act number 4 of 2018.
Ordered that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Proceeds of Crime Amendment Act 2025. Further third reading of bills.
There are none at this time, Mr. Vice President.
Consideration of House amendments, resolutions, discharge of select committees, notices for future meetings.
Mr. Vice President, I renew all notices in the name of the government.
Orders for clerk. Adjournment.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just before I do the adjournment, I want to just add my voice to those of colleague senators who expressed condolences to the families of the late former Senator, the Right Honorable Henry Bostwick, former President of the Senate, and as well to the late Rodney Montcalm, former Senator. We all know their contributions in different ways, but both very impactful on the civic life of the Bahamas, and so I just want to join my voice to all those senators who have spoken to offer condolences to the families of those dearly departed former colleagues. And Mr. Vice President, I move that the Senate at its rising do adjourn sine die.
Is there a seconder?
Yeah, sorry, my apologies. Thank
Chair recognizes Senator Randy Roll.
Yeah, right before we get then, I also want to share my condolences to the family of Frederick Lang, who was buried in Grand Bahama this weekend, and Erlyn Sawyer of Bimini, and John Sawyer's brother, and Tyrone Sawyer, who I would have worked with at Ministry of Tourism. They are known family on Hawkins Hill, so I want to express my condolences to that family as well. Thank you.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the Senate at its rising do adjourn sine die. As many are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Final adjournment.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for so ably sitting in today for Madam President. And thank you all senators for your contributions to the debate. And so, Mr. Vice President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the Senate do now adjourn. As many are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. The Senate stands adjourned.